Hi, Lisa, I'm in. If you could make me a co-host as well, that'd be great.
Yeah, and I'm also here, Lisa. It's Phil. I'm not sure if I've been made a co-host yet.
And I see that Henrik, Patrick, and team and Sebastian are probably here already as well. You guys should feel free to sort of control, the flow of your presentation and the questions as much as you can. I will sort of certainly help as a moderator, but since you know better when it's a good time to take some questions, and you see them in the in the participants panel, you should feel free to manage that as much as you like, and then again I can help.
Okay, thank you.
And Henry, I will introduce you after Phil turns over to me.
Okay, thanks, Christian.
Thanks, Lisa. I think I'm going to go ahead, Lisa, and share my screen then.
Patrick or Sebastian, can I ask you to raise your hand, and that way I can just make sure I'm noticing that in the participants panel? See, I'm not seeing that pop up. Patrick, are you able to raise your hand?
Where's the function to do that?
Okay, I see Ed. Ed raised
Oh,
his
cool.
hand.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm still not seeing Patrick.
Henry,
Okay,
they
good.
can't because they're co-hosts with you.
Oh, they're not allowed to. Got you. Okay, but I can see some hands coming up, so I'll know. Great.
They can just jump in, of course, being authors.
Great.
Okay, well, let me get started. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, everyone, depending on where in the world you're joining us from. So welcome to the 2020 JAR Conference. I'm Phil Berger, one of the editors. I just have a few introductory comments and some guidelines on how the participation is going to work, and then we'll get going in a few minutes with our first session. So obviously, we certainly regret not being able to host you in person as we usually do. And of course, under the circumstances, there's really no choice, and we hope this will be the next best alternative. So we do very much appreciate you attending and we hope the participation can be similar, at least, to how it would be in a normal JAR conference, which I'll get to in a minute, but as you know, is a workshop style conference. I think we have a really nice set of varied papers, varied along dimensions of both topic and method for this year's conference. So I think there'll be a fun set of papers for us to listen to and discuss. And again, we're aiming to make this a reasonable facsimile, although probably not a perfect one, of what an in-person conference would have been like. So let me just briefly touch on the conference theme and then get to the participation guidelines. So, it's hard to come up with these themes for conferences. So this is merely an actor's portrayal of what we did, but we locked ourselves in a room. We filled ourselves with, boxes of ideas. We wrote ideas up and down glass walls. And you can tell this is an actor's portrayal partly by at the bottom, it says here, right, the accountant from Warner Brothers. But if you didn't have that, since we're going to be talking about evidence and interpreting evidence, notice the pocket protector that is being worn here. That is a clear indication that this must be an account. So anyway, we'll just sort of, pay close attention to everything on the slides as we go through the day. Okay, so we tried to come up with a conference theme and it was tough. And at first we thought, well, what about a theme of young scholars making paper? So that actually may have been a good conference theme, but the problem is you'd have to do that in person. I think this would really be fun to get the textile, touch and feel of making the paper. So we did not end up going with that theme. But where did that lead us to? A better idea is young scholars writing papers. And so that got us to the theme that we have for this conference, current topics in accounting research by emerging scholars. And of course, in seriousness, we do want to try to do something and something more to encourage scholarship by young scholars. We know it does take a long time to get papers published and that whole process can be a little bit nerve-wracking in the early stages of one's career. And so trying to do something exclusively aimed at junior faculty and doctoral students, was a goal here. And I think we've ended up with a really nice set of papers as a result. And hopefully it is somewhat helpful and somewhat encouraging to junior faculty and PhD students. You'll see the 8 conference papers are really, I would say, a remarkably wide range of topics, methods, and by construction, every author on every paper is either junior faculty or a doctoral student. So that's fantastic. Okay, so just a couple of minutes on how we would like the participation to work if possible. So this is a workshop style conference, and that is difficult when we typically have, as we do today, around 140 participants. It's a pretty big workshop. So, the author's goal is not to avoid questions that'll help us all learn how to improve the paper, but they would like to proceed smoothly and linearly along the path of their paper presentation to get to the end and learn from informative comments and questions along the way. So that is the idealized goal that we're trying to have with the rules. Often, if you've been at JAR conferences in the past, things can get a little bit non-linear when people are asking questions maybe all over the place and perhaps out of a natural order. So that just takes me to the guidelines we'd like you to try to stick with. You should have received these already when you were getting ready to register for the conference. So these are just meant to be a reminder. There's 3 main things. We'd like you to stay on mute until you're asked to unmute yourself. To try to do so, you should use the raise your hand button, which I'll get to in a second. And because it may be very difficult for everyone whose hand is raised to be recognized, just given the number of participants, there is a public chat function. And everything that you put in the public chat function, although it's unlikely any of it will actually be able to be gotten to and answered during the 1-hour presentation, it's all being recorded. And the editors and authors will have it to try to help improve the paper if there are things that you would like to offer via chat instead of via a verbal comment or question. So again, just quickly, the staying mute is simple enough. Just every time you enter Zoom, if somehow you lose your connection, need to re-enter, please enter on mute and stay muted until called on. The other key thing related to the raise your hand button is we are going to give every presenter the first 5 minutes totally uninterrupted. So please try to avoid raising your hand during the first 5 minutes. And then it'll vary a bit, I think, from moderator to moderator, but somehow the moderator and or the presenter will be recognizing hands of participants. They'll do their best to try to recognize some people and ask some, have some questions and comments asked and to answer them. But really try to keep your comments and questions brief. And I would even ask the presenters to try not to go on too much of a speech in giving your answers, because with a 1-hour presentation, it's just going to be hard to fit everything in. And just to demonstrate how this works, hopefully, so the idea is going to be to then lower your hand and remute yourself after your question is asked. So who better than someone at an Institute of Technology to demonstrate this? So can I get Rodrigo Verdi, if you're on, Rodrigo, to raise your hand, see if it all works? Oh, maybe he's not. Okay. So then, Rodrigo, I recognize you. Please give us your comment or question.
Good morning, Phil. Welcome, everybody. So great to see so many faces here.
That was excellent. And now you'll lower your hand and mute yourself. Wow. So see how easy it is. So we'll all just do that as we go through the day. Thank you for the demonstration, Rodrigo. Again, the public chat, and for that matter, private chat is available if you want to have a chat with someone that is not public, but be sure you know what you're doing. But the public chat is going to be seen by everyone and recorded, and we will keep a record of it, and it will help us to improve the papers. And again, the overall goal of all of this, and I apologize if it's a little bit guideline or rule heavy, but we just would like to proceed in a relatively linear fashion to get the author the chance to present as fully as possible what they've done and to answer as many questions and comments as possible. You should be aware every one of these Zoom sessions is being recorded and will be posted. And moreover, we're live streaming the whole conference to YouTube. So everything that you are saying is, if you like, public record. And a last little thing before I turn it over to Christian and Henry Eyring for the first presentation. At the end of today, and I recognize it's a bit long to go through 4 sessions via Zoom, but we do have some breaks built in. But at the end of the day, if you want to, we do have a happy hour as well. You don't need to stay for the whole or any of the happy hour, but if you'd like to join us half an hour after the last session, so that's at 3:30 Central Daylight or Chicago time, you would just enter the Zoom meeting as you did right now, Friday morning, Chicago time, to enter this Zoom meeting. And then you will be randomly assigned to a small group room for 20 minutes. Again, you can leave earlier if you want to. But if you stick around for the 20 minutes, you go back to the general meeting room. And if you want to stick around, you can have a second meeting with a different group of people and even a third meeting with a final group of people. So just a chance for us to try to socialize a tiny bit, even though it's not as easy as it normally would be. So that's it for me. Let me stop sharing my slides and turn it over, I guess, to Lisa and then to Christian and Henry for the first session. And again, welcome everyone and thank you for coming.
Lisa, did you have anything?
No,
Okay.
Henry can share his screen, or you can go ahead and introduce Henry.
Yes, I will go ahead while Henry pulls up his screen. So good morning, everybody, and welcome to the JAR conference. As Phil said, we're delighted that so many of you are able to join us despite this being remote. We would much rather, of course, meet in person, but there's always a silver lining. One of which for me is that we all get to brew our coffees, at home, as opposed to having to drink the typical Bleacher Conference coffee. The first session is by Henry Eyring, Patrick Ferguson, and Sebastian Koppers. And Henry will present and tell us why more information isn't always better in performance feedback. Before I turn it over to Henry, you know me, I like to ask questions, and we have the 5-minute limit. So I thought I would ask the first question before we even start the 5 minutes. So here's my question to Henry and the team. Could it be that the result that players didn't behave rationally and didn't understand that more information should be better than less is because your sample has a lot of players from Bayern Munich? With that, let me turn it over to Henry.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So it's true, Bayern Munich has bought the simulator that is in our experiment and is running players through it.
I knew it.
And they're dominating in world football. And so we are open to the fact that there are institutional details that escape my personal knowledge of European football. So I'll just leave it at that. But we are really grateful for the chance to present this paper. This is a paper that represents terrific work by my co-authors, Patrick Ferguson and Sebastian Koppers. I'm so grateful for their contributions at every stage of the development process. We thank the JAR editors for the opportunity to be here at the conference. It's of course a great privilege to get your feedback on this paper. This paper builds on accounting research that examines the design of internal performance reports and the way that report users weight and respond to measures. We use a field experiment to study how including different types of measures in these reports affects employee performance. It's common for managers to provide employees with reports on their performance. A global management survey found that this practice occurred in 94% of firms. When designing a report, managers can choose whether they want to provide absolute measures, relative measures, or both. Absolute measures express performance in terms such as a rate or a sum without facilitating comparison to peers. Relative measures express performance as a rank or other position in relation to peers. Although the popular press has covered the issue of whether performance reports that provide absolute, relative, or both types of measures will yield the best effects, empirical research has yet to examine this question. In the past few years, a number of large companies, including GE and Adobe, have switched among these alternatives, so this is a salient issue in practice. We know from management accounting literature that the design of employee performance reports can substantially affect performance. We also know from the broader accounting literature that the way that information users place weight on and respond to measures depends on the combination of measures shown. Although relative and absolute information each facilitate motivation and learning, we do not know whether the best effects come from absolute information, relative information, or their combination. So why wouldn't it just be better to provide employees with more information? Why not just show both types of measures? Although data proliferation inside of firms allows providing a vast range of measure types, Leip and Salterio 2002 suggests that a report with 20 measures could overwhelm employees with information. Some executives at large firms we've spoken to have suggested that even 10 measures in a report is too many. And studies in accounting and economics have demonstrated that even adding a single measure to a report can cause information users to underweight and underrespond to another type of measure. So it's not clear that adding information to employee performance reports will boost performance. We use a field experiment to offer novel evidence that compares effects of providing absolute, relative, or both absolute and relative information. Firms are particularly interested in these alternatives in the context of highly competitive workplaces. We study effects in professional European football, which is a setting with these dynamics, and we test how our effects depend on career concerns and experience. We implemented a field experiment at Skills Lab, a football simulator used by players in the top professional leagues in Germany and Austria. Our setting involves implicit financial incentives for performance in the simulator. Players' performance in these trainings affects selection for games, teams, and leagues. Managers have relayed to us examples of using Skills Lab to guide player selection. These selection decisions yield financial payoffs in a number of ways. Players often receive bonuses that are partly based on the number of games that they were selected to play in. Also, selection into leagues and teams can lead to better contract terms for a player. Like us, a number of papers in economics, finance, and accounting have taken advantage of the competitive dynamics in sports to study the role of information in incentives in firms and markets. This setting provides a couple of advantages to help us address effects of employee performance reports. First, we can observe effects in the context of real-world career concerns. We can also measure differences in effects by variation in employee career concerns and experience. Employee career concerns and experience are difficult to replicate in a lab and are factors that the popular press suggests are important to take into account when designing employee performance reports. Additionally, the simulator allows random assignment in a highly controlled setting in which we can precisely measure effects. We also have pre and post surveys that help us to identify the mechanisms underpinning effects. Okay, I'm still showing that it's 4 minutes in, so I'm gonna keep going. All right, so here's an overview of the results. We ran the experiment on 117 players. We measured performance effects on dimensions of speed and accuracy. We found that relative information boosted performance more than absolute and relative, which in turn boosted performance more than absolute. In other words, our findings document that a subset of information, relative, dominated the full set, absolute and relative, in boosting performance. We then use cross-sectional and survey analyses to understand why there are better effects when we restrict reports to show performance in relative terms only. We first consider whether a report with absolute and relative measures provides too many measures per se, and thereby cause the stress and reduced learning associated with viewing a large quantity of information. We do not find evidence to support this. Specifically, we do not find that holding measure type constant, either as absolute or relative, and adding measures by making the report more detailed harms performance. We then consider the weighting of measures in a report. We find evidence that restricting a report to relative terms increases the weight that players place on relative information, benefiting for performance. Relative information receives greater weight, which we measure using survey responses about engagement and peer comparison when we present reports in relative terms only. This restriction leads to roughly 15% improvement on dimensions of average speed and accuracy. Okay, and then just finally, before I take a question, we also find cross-sectional variation in that trainees benefit from the full information set, absolute and relative information. It boosts performance about 25 to 29%, depending on the dimension, if we give early stage career players that full set of information rather than just relative measures. Okay, I saw a hand pop up. Okay, John, do you want to go ahead?
Henry, cool study. I'm not familiar with football or soccer or whatever. So in this setting, when these people come to the training camp, is an outcome that none of them get selected for anything? Because the reason I'm asked this is kind of, if I think of an absolute performance measure, that's kind of like a barrier, like, right? That's like on the low end. So you have to be above that threshold, either you're out. Versus if it's all rank, if I'm competing against those that are next to me, I really only care about relative. So if you see the absolute, that might give you some notion that, oh, I might be really bad. And that might create some kind of hesitation, versus if it's only kind of the relative, that's kind of what I care about, and I can pinpoint being the best in this group. It's an institutional question, just to kind of think of how.
Yeah, I mean, well, you've really gotten into my head. When I was actually inside the simulator and I tried it, and I thought exactly what you thought, which is I'm terrible and I'm never going to have a chance at getting selected. And I could have just seen the absolute measures to tell me that. So I think you're right that there is going to be some use of the information for players who are competing for the very top positions that's different than players who are in a developmental stage. That's why we looked at players who are in the developmental stage being able to compare how they're improving over time relative to themselves, which is what absolute information allows. And we find that they benefit from that type of information. In terms of the competition for a selection decision, there's real powerful long-term incentives. So it's not necessarily that the training occurs and then the selection outcome occurs and then that's the end of the transaction. It's a finite transaction. Our setting allows mimicking, or not mimicking, but actually studying what goes on inside a real organization where you've got this long-term super repeated game where it's like you're signaling performance and you're getting some updating of the measure or of the manager's opinion of the employee, and that can play out over a long period of time. And so that should be particularly an issue for players who have a bunch of depth at their position on a team. And so we do some cross-sectional analyses by the amount of depth or the number of choices that a manager has for a position. And we find that when relative information is presented to players where there's more depth for a position, relative information has stronger effects. And so, yeah, to avoid going on at too much length, I just want to say that we're thinking in terms of long-term career concern incentives rather than finite transaction. And okay, so let me go to the next hand. Oh, go ahead. Christian, did you want to say something, or should I go?
No, I just want to say Lisa was next. Okay. I'm trying to help you.
Thank you.
Great paper.
Thank you.
Sorry. Great paper. So I have a twofold question. One is absolute, really absolute, because you know as a player your history, so it's sort of relative to your prior performance. And two, isn't it just easier to use relative information? So there's a faculty member at Chicago, Christopher Shea, who is well known for his theory called general valuability theory, which says that if something is very hard to assess, you're not going to be able to do it. But if it's easier to assess because you have relative information, for example, you're more likely to use it.
Well, thank you so much. Those are both great points. And I'm very interested in incorporating that theory that you suggested. We've gone along those lines that you're describing. So we note that absolute information is always relative to something else. Relative is a term that's been used in performance feedback and reporting literature as shorthand for relative to peers. And so we're using that. I'm glad that you pointed that out. Absolute still allows comparison and benchmarking, but it's against your own past performance. So that's the real difference here. But we call it absolute versus relative. In terms of how useful is the information, I think that, like you point out, we mentioned in the paper 2 reasons why relative should be particularly useful in our setting. One is from an information standpoint. Relative information comes with an inherent benchmark. So whereas absolute information, it can be hard to pick, how you want to compare yourself, which stage of your prior performance you want to compare to. Relative has this clear rank. And so you can identify, or there's this very visceral indication, am I performing poorly or am I performing well? And so there's an information in there. Aside from that, there's this motivational benefit, especially in the context with career concerns, where it's important to rank high in the distribution. And so we do believe that our setting is one that's where there are going to be particular advantages of relative that might not appear in other settings. And so we're speaking in particular, and the editor and the referee really pushed us to do this. And I hope that we do better in the paper now at this, but we're not kind of saying that relative is always better. We're saying in a highly competitive workplace, which is where this question often comes up, relative should be used. And that's especially relevant given that companies like GE, who were famous for their ranking system, have gotten rid of it recently and don't give their employees ranks. And so we speak to the value of, in our setting, and we can speak to other settings with competitive dynamics like that, holding on to relative. And then I guess the more broadly generalizable takeaway, and maybe I'll use this chance to get to my takeaway slide, is that managers can boost performance by restricting a report to measures that best facilitate motivation and development. Whether in a given setting relative measures are the ones that best facilitate motivation and development is not something that we can address here, but we can show an example. We document and extend literature by doing this, that a report that showed fewer measures yielded the best effects. So thank you for that opportunity to think about those ideas. Those are great. Okay, maybe Steve?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll agree with my colleague Lisa Kuntz that this is a very interesting paper. I teach a accounting research course for our professional accounting students, by the way, and as you might imagine, I have to choose papers carefully for that audience, and this is one that would qualify. The students could really sink their teeth into this, so nice job. Great. Lisa asked for some clarification on what absolute really means, and so I'll continue that line and ask you to clarify what relative really means. To me, I can't understand relative performance without understanding the reference group. Relative to who? Relative to what? And my understanding from reading the paper is that you, for very good design reasons, use an out-of-sample reference group here of 31 people who did not participate in the field experiment. And that's both good and bad. You know, I see the value of that from a design perspective, but also concerned about it from a motivational perspective, because if you tell me how I'm ranking, not relative to the people I'm competing with, but relative to some out-of-sample group that I'm not competing with, it seems to lose some of its luster. So that's issue number one. And issue number two is there's probably some heterogeneity in that reference group and in the sample group, for example. I'm going to have to choose this next point carefully because this is a recorded presentation. Hopefully I don't get myself into trouble. But for example, there's both men and women in the field experiment, to my understanding. And without appearing sexist, I hope, for an athletic competition, one would presume, at least my intuition would suggest, and tell me if you disagree, that it would be appropriate to compare male professional football players with male professional football players and female professional football players with women. You're not doing that apparently. So, you know, what are the limitations of having a common reference group that's even out of sample in this experiment?
Those are really valid points and well articulated. Thanks so much, Steve. And I'm glad that notwithstanding those concerns, that this meets the bar for something you'd want to dig into in a seminar. So yeah, from a design perspective, but also because of the way that this simulator works. So it's not just that it was a useful research choice. It was also a part of the way the simulator works. The simulator already was providing players with, so as a standard practice, they provide players with different types of feedback. And some coaches have the simulator provide performance, compared to reference group. And in this setting, people come in during the week and then they perform either as part of a team or individually come in and do trainings and then see a comparison to what is an out of sample group. The thing though is that these are so everyone is part of a club. And so the feeder teams go into the higher teams. And so the reference group isn't really out of sample, it's a representation of performance in this club. And so players who are at the very top of the club should expect that they should be at the top of the football simulator out of sample group. And players who are lower would expect to be at the bottom, but it's helping them to gauge their position in this organization where the goal is for everyone to become Cristiano Ronaldo or Robert Lewandowski if you're in Bayern Munich. So it's not out of sample in the traditional way of thinking of it. And a second point is for men versus women. So interestingly, we on purpose, we chose a task that for which women and men compare, or they're similar in their performance. In particular, there are women who hold records in drills. We customized the drill so that it wouldn't be one that players had already done before. We changed the direction and the velocity and things like that. But some women hold the records in these drills. From being on a swim team, I know that if we're doing a kicking drill, the women would always be dominating. So anyway, so this is one where it's
That's
relevant.
true. Just very quickly, you might have a sentence like that in the paper because, prevents sexist toads like me from assuming otherwise. So I mean, if women are just as good as men at these drills, that's an important proviso on your reference group. So
yeah, we absolutely ought to say that. We didn't, that's something that I'll have my author's note, certainly. Co-author's note. Okay, can I go to the next question? It looks like it may be Jan.
Henry, take one more, but then I would say, also move a little bit ahead and then you can, take another round, as otherwise we've seen 3 slides and the rest is going to be questions.
Thanks, yeah. Okay, so Jan, I'll take your question and maybe we can plow forward with it.
Thank you. Thank you. I really like the paper and I read it with great interest. What I would be curious about is can you elaborate us on how people feel that they how people compete to each other, right? And what do they know to whom they are competing at in each particular round?
Okay, sure. Yeah, so players will know if they're showing up there with other people on their team who are competing for the same spot. And so in a starting lineup. And so in that case, there's more depth and they know that the people in the depth are competing for a spot. So there's heightened career incentives, but there's not, we don't replicate a kind of tournament setting where it's a one-time occurrence and you're trying to maximize your payoff and minimize your effort. This is, people are playing 7 days a week. They're really intense and they're just trying to be the very best they can. And so they know, they have a sense if they've got more depth that there's more competition.
So you would say that they are, in terms of the way that they experience competition, that the participants are comparable, sufficiently comparable?
Let's see. So, the experience, we expect there to be higher career concerns for players who have more direct competitors for their starting spot on a team. But we do think that in general, this is going to be a very highly competitive sample and everyone's trying to be the best. And you can be very young and be in the top leagues in this team or in this field. Okay, so thanks so much. So thank you. Thanks, Jan. Let me do the takeaways really quick. So we demonstrate, like I said, that managers can boost performance by restricting a report to the measures that best facilitate motivation and development. That's very simpatico with what I experienced when I talk with executives at different companies about how to design their reports. They've expressed that they feel like maybe one geographic division I've even had an executive say, one geographic division says we should include 50 measures in our report, but we think that's way too many. And so our study kind of helps in demonstrating that you do need to restrict that if you want to affect employee performance the best. We also extend the research that's growing in accounting literature on effects of reports on performance and on heterogeneity in those effects. We show that career concerns strengthen the positive performance effects of relative information, again, these type of long-term repeated game career incentives. And those are very hard, if not impossible, to replicate in a lab setting. And so that's something that we wanted to utilize in our setting. Second, we show that trainees benefit from provision of the full set of information, which is absolute and relative. And so even though that's a small part of our sample, so it doesn't overwhelm our average effect, it's important to tailor the feedback to the individual. Okay, so I'll move through maybe one or two more slides just to explain the setup a little bit more, and then I'll take some questions. Thanks people for the people who have their hands up for waiting. So our treatment conditions are a measure type arm, which is relative, absolute, or absolute and relative. And then a second arm, which is information detail, aggregate or detailed. So relative is speed and accuracy ranks only. Absolute is speed and accuracy in absolute terms with no information for comparison, or absolute and relative combines these two. Aggregate is aggregated measures, meaning averaged over all passes in a drill. And then detail is measures broken down by direction of pass turn. Some require a right turn, some require a left. That involves using different feet. In designing the treatment conditions, the reason that we included the second treatment arm was because we anticipated and we'd studied and we'd had executives talk to us about the issue of too much information. And so when we're thinking of why wouldn't it be better to include absolute and relative information together, we were thinking it could be that it just provides too noisy of a report. There's too many measures. It's hard for people to come to a conclusion about how they're performing and what they should do. And so we included this aggregate and detailed condition in order to test, if we show absolute and relative information, if that hurts performance and it's because there are too many measures, then, it's too many measures per se, then we should find a similar negative effect anytime we increase the number of measures through any other way. And so we did that by increasing the number of measures by going from aggregate to detailed. So that helps us to tease out the mechanism. If more information is not better, why not? Is it just too much information, or is it about the weighting of measures in a report? So our treatment structure is a factorial design. We have absolute, relative, and relative as three conditions, two conditions for information detail, aggregate, and detail. And so that creates 6 treatment conditions. And we run a fully interactive model to see the effects of our treatments. And then I'll just quickly do the performance dimensions and then take some more questions. The performance dimensions are accuracy, which we measure using the outcome hit rate, which is the portion of passes that were on target, and the outcome distance, which is average distance in meters between the ball and the target after a pass. We also measure speed, which is using the outcomes variables average time, the average number of seconds to complete a pass, as well as fast time, the fewest number of seconds to complete a pass. And these are dimensions that the simulator already tracked, and that it's what the field site had been using the simulator to track. Oh man, the limitation slide. This is my favorite one. So I just want to get to this one, and then I'll move to the questions. So there are a few limitations that help in framing our study, and it's important to frame our study within those limitations so that we can contribute meaningfully to the literature and say where we generalize. We use objective performance measures. So we don't examine subjective rankings and related issues of bias in rankings. Some of the literature and the popular press that's harsh on, or that's negative about ranking systems is that there's subjectivity involved. But a lot of companies that my co-authors and I have worked with have already been using objective performance measure reports. So in healthcare, it's like things like mortality or readmission rates or flu vaccination rates. In sales, it's number of sales and revenue. So we were speaking to the type of reports that compare objective performance. We don't speak to subjective ranking issues. Also, our results occur for players who are accustomed to intense competition. So we speak in particular to settings in which ranks are commonly communicated to employees and used to differentiate among them. Again, this is commonplace in some industries and some companies, and but in other companies, if you were to put in a ranking system, it would seem harsh and you might have a negative behavioral reaction. Okay, so now I'll leave this on the training side just so it's a fun thing to look at as we go through questions. And then I'll go to Ju. Am I pronouncing that right? Zhu Zhang. Thank
Hey,
you.
Harman, so,
Yeah.
I think I raised my hands like later. Maybe,
Right.
but if you want me to talk right now, I can talk right now, but I believe Melissa and Matt are
Oh.
probably before
Okay,
me.
I didn't realize it was out of order. So I'm seeing it in the wrong order. Maybe the next person or the person, thanks for raising that. Maybe Melissa. Melissa, are you able to unmute?
She is unmuted.
Oh, I can't hear her.
So why don't we have,
Maybe the next one.
yeah.
Okay, how about I think maybe I'll do Matt and then Zhu, if that's okay.
Hi, Henry.
Matt, can you go ahead?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, very interesting study. I think that, yeah, very cool setting, very cool that you were able to implement this. So I think, my first takeaway is not at all surprising that in this context, relative would dominate absolute. But it is rather curious that adding the absolute information seems to deprecate the information set available to players, which we normally wouldn't think of as possible in sort of a Bayesian world. And what I find interesting about this setting and what makes it different from a lot of the work that I do, which is about, explicit incentive provision. Here it's information provision, but there's no explicit tie to any incentive component. There's an implicit tie, which means that all of the weights that are assigned to these various metrics, they're just implicit weights, they're subjective weights based on, what the players think the weights should be. And I guess my question is sort of twofold here. One is, do you have a sense for whether providing players with some weights on these different metrics based on their contracting usefulness from, say, a Holmstrom 79 cents would help? Or would we still see this sort of discount when you add in that additional information? And this sort of changes the implication of the study. On the one hand, we could say, hey, what firms should do with their performance reports is withhold information, because if you withhold the right stuff, you can actually get better performance. Right. Or we might just say, what firms should do is provide their employees with additional information about the weights that they think should be assigned to these various different metrics. And you could do that even absent sort of an explicit tie to incentives. It could just be, hey, here's how you performed on this, here's how you performed on this. By the way, we think that you should weight these in the following way. And if that would help players versus if that would just further confuse them, I think would be really interesting to get your sense on.
Yeah, okay, and this is great. I mean, I think that we should absolutely do a follow-up study where we look at explicit incentives tied to the measures, because the research on weighting of measures in report cards has oftentimes looked at the way that a supervisor assigns weights to the measures in and then gives incentives based on what are then communicated to be in explicit weights. And there's potentially an interaction here where if you have kind of a natural way in which people process information when it's not told to them what they should weight, and then you interact that with explicit weights and incentives or an advisory about which things to pay attention to, then there could be really interesting effects. The reason that we wanted to look at the setting the way that we do is in part just so that we can establish at a baseline that these performance reports that firms are providing, I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous when you go inside of companies and you see, I remember I was in the hallway walking down a healthcare system, and there was this bulletin board with all of the reports that they had, different ways of measuring their clinic success. And they'd come from the headquarters, and it was just like scattered all over, and there weren't explicit incentives tied to it. And so what's going on inside firms is that they have these data warehouses. They call them data warehouses, and they have, or at least in several of the companies I've talked to, that's what they describe. They say, go check the data warehouse if we have that measure. And then they use Tableau to provide these performance reports. And then they're going kind of, they're getting a little out of control in what they provide. I've been told you have to provide it in paper. If you email it, they're not going to open. So you need to get it on their desk in paper. So there's kind of this performance reporting arms race. And so what we wanted to do is say, basically in that arms race, there's some real trade-offs to make and there's hesitancy inside of firms. I know in research, we oftentimes do theoretical models about explicit incentives on things, but in companies, I mean, there are a lot of sensitive legal issues when it comes to changing people's compensation, but firms really enjoy the idea that they could provide measures, and like lots of accounting research has shown, just providing measures changes motivation and incentives inside of firms without changing contracts. And so we're in that space for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah. Okay, and so maybe I better I'm gonna try to be more pithy in my responses. I apologize. I wanna make sure that I get to all the questions and that I get through the slides. So I'll go to Zhu and actually Zhu, your hand's been up for a minute. So why don't you ask a question? I'll try to answer it in the context of where we're going.
Okay, thank you very much, Henry. And this is a very interesting study. So my question or comment is related to your underlying assumptions and how you motivate your study. Because in your paper, you're mentioning about like a rational people would they would at most discard additional information, and it would not dent their performance. But your underlying assumption is, I apologize for my kids' noise. So your underlying assumption is that the player wants to maximize their performance and assuming away the cost. In that case, then of course, at most, facing more information, they would discard it. But suppose you take that cost into account, then it's possible that even a rational person may actually perform worse with more information. The reason is as follows. So suppose originally I'm only given relative ranking, and so I know I probably need to work hard. But then, suppose I'm given both absolute and relative. Then what I see is, okay, I already tried very hard. I have this absolute performance and I have this rank. So in order to climb even higher, I just have to try even harder. So in that case, the more information could actually serve as a disincentive for you to perform, because you think you already tried very hard, and it's just like getting above rank would actually result in too much effort. So in that case, you might just give up. In particular, it's related to your setting, because sports matches, a lot of times it's based on relative performance. I don't need to be performing absolutely well. I just need to perform better than my competitors. And so in that case, it's still, it still might be rational in a sense that, more information could actually result in me performing worse just because, I have more information about, what my ability is, what my competitor's ability is, and, I may just give up.
Okay, right, yeah. So those are great points. There's this problem with ranks in that they've even been called, in Bonner and Sprinkle, they've been called chunky. And so, I really like the way that gets to the point of what's going on. So you can only move up if you are able to reach the higher rank. Otherwise, you work hard and you stay at your same rank. And so absolute gives people these two different ways, or if you've got absolute and relative, you've got two different ways of judging, was I successful or not? And so then you have different conclusions. People use performance reports to come to a conclusion about, are we doing well or not? That's kind of a natural response. In the literature on balanced scorecards is discussed how these different categories get thrown in, but at the end of the day, people might put, the Lipin-Salterio papers say that people even completely ignore some categories in a report when there are other categories there, and especially when it's easier to come to a conclusion using other categories. So for instance, with common measures versus unique measures, meaning that common measures are shared among different divisions in a company. Unique measures are exclusive to one of the divisions. And so the unique measures get totally discarded because it's easier to come to that conclusion when we use the common measures. And so here, what we're looking at is if you give people two different types of measures and they've got two different ways of assessing whether they're doing well, then you have some natural shift in weight. If all of the attention and all of the definition of success is focused on relative, then we might find more engagement in peer comparison, might find that that's more top of mind for people. And then we're leveraging the literature on limited attention, which has been used in finance and accounting. So if you've got one way of thinking of success, then that's going to float to the top of mind, define your definition of success, and then affect your motivation. So we're not looking at a kind of, we're leveraging heavily the behavioral economic explanation here. Okay, so if that's all right, let me go.
Thanks.
Go ahead. Yeah, thank you.
I just one comment. Sorry, it won't take more than 30 seconds. Just sure. One way of thinking about this is because your setting is a setting where relative performance really is what it determines the selection, the performance. But in cases where absolute performance also matters, then this behavior might be less prevalent, even with a rational model.
Right. So
that's kind of consistent with your study for trainees, where in their case, they do not care too much about rankings per se, because their skills are still in developing stage. So they want to first try to maximize their absolute performance.
Right. One of the major points in our paper is that you need to customize information based on information demands. And in our setting, like you're saying, most of the information demands are on relative information. Okay, great. So thanks so much. So let's look at the, thank you. Yeah, let's look at the performance reports. Just to give you a sense of what players saw right after they performed, in the absolute and aggregate condition, you have 4 measures. In the relative and aggregate condition, you have 4. But then when you provide absolute and relative, you get 8. And when you go to a detailed level, you get 24. So these are non-trivial increases in the amount of information. And even when we were presenting this to behavioral economists in the lead up to the experiment, they were looking at that bottom right and saying that's going to be way too many measures. And we said, good, because that's what we're trying to test, is do we push it up against those limits? So there's some theory that there are reasons to provide both absolute and relative information, because these could have kind of complementary benefits that offset each other's weaknesses. Relative measures offer learning and motivational benefits by allowing benchmarking against peers. We talked about that a little bit early in the presentation. Absolute measures provide a continuous scale rather than chunky scale, and they avoid discouraging employees in early stages of skill development. So maybe both together provides the benefits of each. Then there are some reasons that'll limit information. So there's research in accounting on weighting that shows there's a tendency of employees or investors or supervisors to underweight a measure in the presence of other measures. Even the addition of a single measure can cause underweighting and under response to another measure. There's also a paper that goes along this vein on the weighting of measures in reports. It's a 2017 JAR paper that does a field experiment on performance feedback. And they found that the managers should limit the frequency of reports to prevent underweighting of older measures. So we're a natural companion to that in that we look at what about in a given report, should you limit the number of measures in a report and hone in on the ones that are the most motivating and eschew the ones that aren't. Okay, then there's studies of information overload, that a smaller number of measures than we provide in our reports can lead to stress and disengagement with the source of information. So if there's information overload that's causing a negative effect of providing both types of measures, we should be able to find it, at least based on the number of measures that have caused that response in other studies. Okay, now these are the empirical results demonstrated graphically. So that way I can have covered these. So I'll just discuss the empirical results and then take a few more questions. So notice in our, in this figure, we find that, and this is for the outcome hit rate. So higher hit rate is better. This figure shows that there are, and there are similar results for the other outcomes in our study. So I'll use this one as an example. So this figure shows that relative treatment in red outperforms the absolute and relative treatment in green and the absolute treatment in blue. These differences are statistically significant. There's not an overall negative trend in performance as we add measures to a report and thereby move along the x-axis. So this suggests that the drop-off in performance when we go from relative to absolute and relative is not due to adding more measures per se. The performance decline occurs only as we go from red to green, but not generally as we move along the x-axis. So the effect must result from combining types of measures, absolute and relative, rather than providing more measures. This is consistent with the idea of employee weighting different measures and those weights changing in the presence of other measures. So I'll just show you you see similar results for our other outcomes, but in these outcomes, lower is better. So lower distance away from the target is better, lower time is better, and a lower, again, fast time is better. Note for fast time, we didn't find a statistically significant effect or difference between the absolute and the relative treatment. So for 3 out of our 4 measures, we found that relative was better than absolute and relative. For one of them, we find no statistically significant difference. And we do some follow-on analyses of this measure. It's fast time, which is an extremum. So it's different than our others, which are averages or rates. And we look a little bit at that in follow-up analyses about, can people game an extremum? Can they make a trade-off and turn in a really quick time without hurting their average accuracy that much? Okay, so now I'll go into questions. How about from Beth?
Well, thanks, Henry. I think it's super interesting. My question came up when you were talking about the detail versus aggregate.
Yes.
And I think it's great that you can separate those two. And I would also ask, is it possible that, the explanations you gave, I really see processing costs as a common theme throughout them. And I think it's kind of, I'm reading the chats too, as you're talking, getting a little bit of information overload, but this idea of processing costs can really be associated with not only the amount of information, the detailed versus aggregate, but I think more significantly to the measure of trying to flip between relative versus absolute. I'm wondering if that is a big part of if processing costs could also affect that decision. And so when you're talking about having too much information to deal with, the detailed versus aggregate is just one component of it. And actually a more compelling area is having to switch between those types of measures. So I don't know if you did any kind of survey where you asked them afterward how difficult they felt it was to try to change their cognitive processes or change their thinking patterns between the two measures, or some other way to acknowledge that that might just be a higher cost process than switching from aggregate to detail.
So I think that's a very useful insight for motivating our paper. Unfortunately, we don't have a survey question that asks that in particular, but I think it helps to describe why adding more measures sometimes isn't a problem, isn't as much a problem as it is other times. And especially if you're asking people to switch their minds between ranks and absolute, and so therefore their benchmark is changing, that could induce more information processing costs. And your research on this and Ed's and others on information processing costs in markets have shown that disclosures are good, or at least are trying to account for information processing costs when they decide how much information to disclose. And we reference that in the paper and describe how we complement that or bring it into the management setting, suggesting that managers should take into account employees' information processing costs when deciding how much information to provide. And that particular theory is very helpful. So thanks for suggesting that, the idea of switching. Lindsay.
I guess I have two questions. The first is how clear it is how these measures are going to be used, because I was wondering whether just receiving relative evaluation signals something about its importance in terms of team selection that an absolute measure isn't communicating. Because in that case, then they're performing better because they're putting more effort into something that they're interpreting as being more important for team selection. And then my second question, only because I have a little experience in practicing in a professional sports setting, is that there can be a disconnect between, for example, practice performance and then ultimate competition.
Sure.
And, whereas what's being measured, I guess, in a corporate setting might be more the actual game time performance, like your number of sales, for example.
Right.
And whether introducing a lot of competition in a practice setting might ultimately be a negative thing. So I was just curious if you have any sense of how this maps into actual game performance, because I've known many people who are very good in practice and not good competing, in which case maybe they're not that concerned about these kinds of practice metrics.
Okay, yeah, those are both really great. So let me try to get to both of them in a direct way. The first one about what's being communicated by the managers. We should kind of talk about this more in the paper. We do describe how report cards are used for a number of purposes, not just to inform people kind of dispassionately, but to tell them this is a strategic priority. And so by showing relative measures, that just like the report card literature has discussed, this is a way of communicating what people should be doing. And so we're not in a vacuum where it's like they don't know that a randomly assigned process gave them relative versus absolute. the players could reasonably assume that if it's relative and if it's just relative, that this is what matters. And so in that sense, we're highly connected to practice. There's something to tease out though, and probably a follow-up study should look at what if the people who get the report know that it's random versus not. And then second thing is training versus games. We don't have access to the player, like a link between the players and then their outside performance. There really strict data compliance regulations in the EU, but we we unfortunately can't speak to that. But I think that issue of kind of the longer term effects out in different settings is one maybe we can find a way of addressing the follow-on study. Okay, Steve, go ahead.
I'll be very quick. So I'm just curious as to why you define the dependent variable as performance as opposed to performance improvement. Ordinarily in experiments of this genre, the dependent variable would be some sense of a change measure using baseline performance as a benchmark, or at a minimum, at least controlling, in your case, round one performance as a proxy measure of ability. It just gives you a lot more power. Did you do either one of those?
So we looked at some literature and that had just showed that there's no baseline difference in performance among the different treatments prior to the experiment, just to show it as covariate balance. And so
I'm not talking about treatment differences. I'm not saying that you didn't have random assignment. I'm just saying there's going to be idiosyncratic variation in performance. It's an ability measure, which is clearly going to be correlated with speed and accuracy.
Oh, right. So you mean kind of like the first? Are you talking about the first round performance and using that like in measuring the difference? So what we did is
as an improvement measure, or as a it's not statistically equivalent, but another way that experimentalists often do is they put that in as a control variable as a measure of ability.
Okay, yeah. So we could include it as a control or look at differences. We I guess did the same approach that we'd seen in some studies that looked at performance after a treatment, and then in order to assuage the concern that there was baseline differences, just tested all of the performance in initial or the performance in the first round and showed that there wasn't a statistically significant difference.
That's not the concern. That's not the concern. It's just a matter of it gives you, I mean, if you find results in spite of using a very coarse performance measure, that's all to your credit, because what I'm suggesting would tend to make things even more powerful. But I'm just saying that a big chunk of the variance in experiments of this genre is ability. And so, either having a change measure to capture an improvement or having a control measure for ability is a pretty standard practice to get a little bit more power here.
Okay, yeah, that could help with the power because we do have a small sample. So thanks for that suggestion. Okay, so I'll go now through. It looks like we don't have any more hands up at the moment. So as an overview of our effects, but I don't want you to feel like we haven't gotten to the tables yet, because these really are the tables. It's our 6, you can count them as 6 different treatment conditions and the effects across all the measures. But to try and provide some, p-values and some stars so that you can see what we're getting for each measure. I've got the mean and the standard deviation for each measure up along the top. So that helps in identifying the scale of our effects. I also indicated the direction that's improvement, positive for hit rate, negative for the other measures. So you can see in our full sample, we find that when we use absolute as the control group that's omitted from our regression, we find that relative outperforms absolute and relative on 3 out of our 4 dimensions of performance. The circle markers indicate that difference in these coefficients. So between 0.04 and 0.1 in terms of hit rate, which means 6 percentage points improvement, that's statistically significant. It's a very tightly distributed sample. These are elite players. And so even a small increase in performance puts someone much higher in the distribution. But then for trainees, if you look, we get the flipped results. So absolute and relative is where we're getting these circle markers, where the performance is the best for trainees. So then we use variation in career concerns. We use position depth as the measure of career concerns. It's the number of direct competitors for a starting spot at the player's position, scaled by the number of starting spots available at that position. We use the position depth as a proxy for intensity of competition for immediate career outcomes, which are selection for a starting spot in particular. We find that position depth has positive effects on responses to performance reports that include relative information, whether this is included as relative or absolute and relative. So you can see with these interaction terms down here, there's statistical significance again on 3 out of our 4 outcome measures, where we see that greater position depth increases the benefit of relative information. And
Henry?
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, the position depth is within team, right? It's like how many people in a team. I think that's very important to emphasize that, because that also goes back to some of the earlier questions, like what are they competing with? Who are their relative peers?
Right, yeah, so it's within a team, and when people show up as a team to do the training, they'll identify how many people who are usually competing for my spot are in this training, and so will the coach be able to compare afterward. So thanks for pointing that out. One of the, so in terms of the fast time variable, we weren't getting this difference between absolute and relative versus relative. And we looked a little bit into that variable and how people are achieving their fast time. Again, this is an extremum, whereas the others are just averages. And so there's this ability to do a strategic trade where you boost fast time by doing some loosely accurate passes that don't affect the average accuracy that much, but that could get you a really high fast time. And so in a report, if you've got those different types of measures, there's a chance that people will game them. And that's something that we offer evidence of. We find this, the correlation between fast time and hit rate in the second round, the sign of that switches at a statistically significant level, indicating that people are making a trade-off that they weren't making in the first round. So we tried to understand what was going on there. We didn't anticipate that, but we hope it's a useful kind of supplementary analysis. Okay, so let me do this other quick slide that it has a lot of numbers, but the point is simple. And then I'll go to Rodrigo's question if he still likes to ask it afterward. Okay, great. So we don't find evidence of that the number of measures shown is too much, even when we do a number of supplemental tests. So we ask players afterward, did they have too many measures? And we don't find that absolute and relative, this bigger information set, is associated with complaints of having too many measures, even when the information is detailed. People didn't feel like it was too many measures, which is also telling, because in a company, people may say that they don't feel like they're getting too many measures when they actually are. We also then look for an interaction between detail, and absolute and relative. If absolute and relative is hurting performance with too many measures, then we should see that effect amplified when there's detail, because then it takes a player from 12 to 24 measures, as opposed to in the aggregate condition, it only takes going to absolute and relative only takes a player from 4 to 8. So 12 to 24 is a bigger change in the number of measures. We should, if it's too many, we should see this negative interaction, and we don't. We also don't find negative effects of detail. Okay, Rodrigo, thanks.
Hey, Henry, I'd just like to go back to that result you had on the trainees. I think it was really important that you show that, because it shows that it's important. We need to be careful and generalize the main results for the sample here. So in this case here, it doesn't apply to trainees. So I like the result quite a bit. I guess I have 2 comments. One is, are there other variables that you can use to sort that you think will be important determinants that you can do more of this? And then maybe if you don't have, what are the other things that you would wish you had that maybe you can discuss in the paper that people be aware? Because I think the crucial issue here is the extent you can generalize to other settings, and it would be nice for people to be mindful of the things that you have to take into account, right? So I think that trainee result for me was crucial to see like one cross-sectional difference.
Right, and the editor and the referee have both encouraged us to focus more on the cross-sectional variation. And so we've tried to move it up in the paper, but I think we can make that, we haven't done as much as we could and should to say both what you're saying, which is that there's heterogeneity, and second, that we didn't have access to all of the variables we would like in terms of heterogeneity. I think some other important variables to take into account in a workplace are what are the different skills that a person has, and so are they maybe by position and the associated skills that comes with. We we'd like to be able to say that passing, is particularly good for a certain part of our sample, or that certain part of our sample is better. It may be in another study there'd be a type of performance that's particular to a certain group. So I think specialty is relevant, and that has to do with multitasking problems and multidisciplinary jobs. Another one that we'd like to be able to speak more to is so we have level of experience and career concerns. One that we discussed in designing the experiment is how many what's the recent game performance of the people who are involved, and so are they more likely to feel a cushion? So if we could go back in time and see how much of a cushion do people feel like they have? Do you find this kind of intertemporal coasting? So maybe we'll suggest some other ones along those lines too.
Okay, just to let you know, there's 5 minutes left. Just
I know. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Christian, for pointing that out. Okay, so maybe I'll get to, we have 2 slides left, and so I'll get to this one quickly because we've mentioned it, but it's also nice to have the magnitude. So we use a post survey to ask players how engaged they were in peer comparison. We use a factor analysis that is supposed to sort out whether or not a player thinks peer comparison is good. So we asked a couple of questions. So dispassionately, we can get a sense of, how much this was on the player's mind. We find a 0.45 standard deviation increase in engagement in peer comparison when we provide relative information alone rather than absolute and relative. And we find peer comparison, like in many other studies, is positively associated with performance for all of the outcome variables we showed to players. So maybe I'll go to John and then see if I can wrap it up in the conclusion.
I think Lorian was actually first. So
Lorian,
if you want to jump in first.
Yeah, so I didn't want to take too long because I know that you're low on time, but one thing that I kept thinking about with the variety of different results is it wasn't, I think you sort of touched on this a little bit, but it wasn't always clear whether or not you felt like these effects were coming through differences in effort on the part of the players or increases in skill, as in they're actually learning. In some respect, it seems like it would be unlikely to be through differences in skill, just given the very small time period. But the fact that you find these differences for the less experienced players, I didn't know if that was something that would maybe be helpful to bring up in the discussion to understand are they actually trying harder, or are they learning something valuable, not about their effort, but about what they can specifically do better?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think learning has a couple of different definitions. One could be, development of a skill. Another one could be learning about the environment that you're in and how you're doing, and updating a sense of your, what you need to do going forward in order to succeed. And so, there's those 2 types of learning, and then there's motivation, the feeling that it's important for you to be in the top of the distribution. And we discuss all of these potential things that could go on with relative and why there's an advantage there. And then we focus our study on showing that, in light of that theory, it makes sense that relative does better, and that relative does better than the combination, or that's kind of the counterintuitive result. But we agree, a study should get more into the types of learning that are going on. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
And then John.
I just typed it up on the chat, don't worry.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so in conclusion, we run a field experiment on effects of employee performance reports in a competitive setting. This extends research on the weighting of measures. In particular, we show that the way that employees weight measures in the presence of others made it beneficial to restrict the report to a subset of measures that best facilitated motivation and development in our setting. This was relative measures. We show variation in results by career concerns and experience, which are conditions that are difficult to replicate outside of field settings. So even though it seems straightforward to study relative information in the context of long-term career concerns, which to Lorian's point might be more about effort. I mean, these players are playing in trainings usually about 6 or 7 days a week. And so there could be a large kind of effort attrition that's going on. Anyway, so our studies suggest that in such a setting, you've got this benefit of focusing people on relative information and that career concerns amplify the responses to relative information, but that experience makes it important to show both absolute and relative measures. And we hope that future studies, to Rodrigo's point, examine these and other moderators of responses to reports that include any of the variety of measures available to firms. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you all. Let me give all of you a relative performance feedback. I think relative to my expectations, how a call with 140, people might go. This worked excellently. So thanks to the authors for handling this so well. And we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back when Zach's going to show us his money. Okay.
Great, thanks.
Testing, can people hear me clearly?
I can.
Okay. Can you tell me if there's a noticeable difference if I wear or don't wear my headphones?
Sure, give it a try.
All right. Is this worse?
No.
It's fine? All right. Thank you.
Good.
Zach, ready?
I am.
Yeah. You look a little bit tense.
I'll become less tense when we start.
Yeah. And I see Atif has tons of paper in the back, so he can take notes for forever.
That's good, because I don't think I'm going to want to watch this on YouTube. Sorry to see that your Sixers went down so quickly.
Yeah, my son was disappointed about that, huh?
I assume so.
So why don't we get started, huh? Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to get in a few stretches and get ready for our second presentation. Now, unfortunately, we can't offer you any of the snacks that you typically get at Gleacher Center, so you have to help yourself in that sense. Our second presentation will be by Zach Kaplan and Atif Laye. Atif will keep replying on the chat, whereas Zach will be presenting their work. Go ahead, Zach.
Thank you very much, Lutzi. So Atif and I are pleased to present our paper on dividend policy in countries with weak institutions. We hope to show you that dividends are paid quite differently in countries with weak institutions, and that doing so helps to mitigate the unique set of agency costs that exist in countries with weak institutions. All right, so broadly, weak institutions create problems when it comes to facilitating flows of capital between firms and investors. So we know weak institutions have weaker protection for minority investors, less effective regulations, and weaker enforcement of those regulations. They also have lower disclosure and greater information asymmetry. So the effect of these issues is that it's going to increase the agency costs related to separation and ownership and control, because insiders can more easily tunnel the firm's assets, consume perquisites, or overinvest free cash flows. So all the sort of classic agency costs are going to be exacerbated by these weak institutions. And prior literature showed that this creates a real problem for firms in terms of raising capital. There's just a lot less capital raised in weak institution countries. All right, so what we're going to ask in this paper is, are dividends paid differently in weak institutions to try to mitigate these agency costs? So I'd say the closest paper to ours in the prior literature is LLSV 2000, which shows that there are higher payout ratios in the developed world. And this is very consistent with this sort of broad literature, that there's higher diversion in weak institution countries, which leads to lower payout ratios. All right, so what we're going to do in this paper is we're going to investigate dividend policy, which we're going to define as the way that firms map earnings changes into dividend changes as opposed to sort of dividend levels. And there have been some prior studies in that. So just I want to give you a quote from a review article. Overall, there's a general sense that payout policies around the world have been subject to largely similar dynamics to those experienced by U.S. firms. What we hope to show you today is that dividends are actually paid very differently in the developing world, and that this helps to build trust with investors. I want to start off by sort of contrasting the dividend policies that you observe in strong institution countries that hopefully you're familiar with what we might expect in weak institution countries. So in strong institution countries, minority investors have ability to extract capital from mature firms. An example of this is that there's a very high likelihood of CEO turnover if the firm cannot maintain its previous dividend. Okay, so ex ante, this makes investors comfortable allowing the firm to retain capital earlier in the life cycle, because they know that they can get it out later in the life cycle. All right. So in weak institution countries, minority investors are going to have a lot more challenges extracting that capital from firms. So ex ante, you really need some type of commitment from the manager in order to build trust so that you're comfortable committing capital. So I want to summarize our basic findings. So, firms in weak institution countries just pay dividends very differently than firms in strong institution countries. So they're going to adjust dividends more in response to changes in earnings. So this is speed of adjustment, which is sort of a measure of dividend smoothing that has been used intensively in the prior literature. It's a variant of the Lintner model, which I think addresses some of the empirical issues with the Lintner model. We're also going to show you that there are higher dividends for firms with stronger growth options in the developing world, which is consistent with investors not being willing to delay payout as firms sort of exhaust their growth options. We're also going to show that there are different types of disclosures about dividends. In particular, firms commit to pay dividends as a function of earnings. So we have some examples in the appendix that show this in some IPOs. We've also collected some non-deal roadshows where firms are making interesting commitments to pay dividends in the future. And I want to go through what we did in our empirical analysis, which is we collected dividend policies from ongoing firms, which enabled us to collect sort of a broader cross-section of these. I want to, one of them that's fairly typical, I'll just read the first one. The board has resolved that a minimum of 70% payout ratio will be maintained in the future. So that's the distilleries company of Sri Lanka. And this idea of a minimum payout ratio is really quite a bit different than what we observe in the United States for a non-REIT. I do want to go through a sort of very interesting example by Transneft, which is a Russian company. So this is the link to this is at the bottom. So maybe Atif can send it out over the chat because I think it's very interesting. So basically, what they did is they define a series of ratios. Okay, so they call the first one ample funding for investment activity. They call the second one ample sources for the principal debt repayment. And then they agree to pay dividends as a percentage of earnings based on these functions. Okay, so I think that's very interesting. And it really commits the firm to return capital in sort of a way that ex ante maybe we can agree is optimal. Okay, so with that, I'd like to open it up to questions. So
I think Ed is on the top of the list. Huh?
All right, Ed.
Zach, cool paper. I think these commitments internationally are very interesting. It's not my area, but when I was reading the paper, the first thing I was thinking about is, well, the paper's motivated very much from the lens that firms commit to paying out to reduce sort of ex post misappropriation of retained earnings by the manager. But simultaneously, I was thinking, well, what's the role of accounting quality here? And we sort of know from maybe Doug and Eugene's paper and others that companies commit or use their dividend policy to signal the quality of their current earnings. And potentially in countries where the accounting quality is weaker itself, the firms are either committing or quickly adjusting their dividends to send a message about the current earnings stream. And is that a different mechanism, and or is that sort of maybe a complementary mechanism with this idea about reducing ex post appropriation?
So I would say that it's a complementary mechanism. I think that these to put a little bit more context behind what you're saying. So I think that in the U.S., from an information standpoint, dividends are really a signal of permanent earnings, right? A firm says that they're going to pay a dividend of 50 cents per quarter. That means that they expect that to have the capital to fund that dividend over a long period of time. And you can show this in a variety of statistical ways. Internationally, what if this is sort of a bit of a signal, it's a signal of current earnings, right? So, there's uncertainty, as you mentioned, about the quality of current earnings, and you're sort of providing a mechanism to sort of verify that. I think that these are very, complementary explanations. So essentially the manager can get both, right? And I think there's a lot of literature that sort of talks about, signaling versus agency costs. I have a paper in the US that argues that, that providing a signal of permanent earnings for mature firms is also probably going to reduce agency costs in those firms, and that there's no reason why these can't go together. There's no reason why they can't go together internationally. But I do want to be clear, the reason that we focus on agency costs as opposed to signaling here is, number one, agency costs are just sort of the predominant force in the literature. So I think it makes sense to focus on that. And I think that they're also, really a very large problem in the developing world. So I think it makes sense to sort of squarely focus on these agency costs. That's where I think people can see the biggest delta. And also, I do think that a number of our sort of consequences and determinants tests that maybe we'll get into aren't necessarily inconsistent with the signaling explanation, but you might not, they wouldn't necessarily be predicted by it. So,
well, it might be worth bringing some of that into the paper. If it is important to differentiate, you could try to differentiate, but there are different mechanisms, and especially the ERC tests. When I saw that, I was thinking, okay, this is something about the credibility of the current signal. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think broadly, it's very difficult to sort of, if you sort of, get two things for making a specific choice, I think it's very difficult to disentangle the actual reason that was going inside the manager's head to explain why he did, one action or the other. But, so I would, that, okay. But thank you. Who's next?
Eric, so.
Hi, Zach. Really interesting paper. I had a similar reaction to Ed, but with a slightly different take. And I suspect you may get a lot of questions today about what are you really capturing in some of this cross-country variation. So I didn't think about it from the accounting quality perspective that Ed brought up, but it did strike me that some of the mechanisms that you describe, or some of the variation that you capture, are also correlated with things like the sophistication of the investor base. And like insofar as companies are trying to cater towards sort of lower sophistication bases, which, I think there's a lot of evidence that investors don't really understand what dividends entail and how they come at the expense of equity values. And so it's not too hard for me to imagine like one of these other mechanisms are at play. Now, I don't know how much you can sort of just like rule out a lot of other explanations for what may be going on, but it did kind of raise the general question about like, is this the right setting to be testing the link between investor protection and dividends? In the sense that like, is the cross-country variation really buying you much relative to what you could do in, let's say, a more tightly identified setting where you may be able to actually capture sort of shocks to investor protection a little bit more closely, looking in perhaps in US settings around court rulings or something to that effect. But I wanted to get your perspective on how we should think about some of these alternative explanations, which could be sort of going on contemporaneously in driving your results.
Okay, so with respect to your first comment, I mean, there are going to be behavioral explanations that are correlated with any type of cross-country variable. I'm not really going to be able to make much effort to sort of rule those out. As opposed to your second suggestion, which is to sort of get a more tightly identified setting, I think there's a lot of problems with trying to measure dividend policy, based on changes in sort of laws. So basically, I mean, the number one driver of speed of adjustment in the US is whether or not earnings are increasing, because speed of adjustment is very low if earnings are going down, because firms are going to sort of do everything they can to maintain the dividend. And it's going to be very positive if earnings are going up. So, I think that I think that there's a real risk of getting a lot of false positives if you sort of go towards this more tightly identified setting. I mean, you really do want, sort of 10 years on both sides, and you'd want something that is totally uncorrelated with earnings changes. I'm not really sure that you're going to be able to find that. I mean, I think, one way that, I did talk to some, investors surrounding this project, and their basic comment is, and I don't know whether they were behavioralists or something like that, but their basic comment is, look, in these weak institution countries, I'm just very, very concerned about the use of cash, and the number one, I'm concerned about cash that ends up getting fed into dividends, and I'm concerned about cash that ends up not getting fed into dividends. And the absolute right answer to any question about how you're using cash is, I put it in a dividend.
Well, but okay. So, I think some of that is, I'm just trying to make the point about what you can say based on the evidence in your paper. And I'm just trying to make the point that I think that there's probably a lot of other potential mechanisms that are going on, but I didn't feel that there was much actually discussion or acknowledgement of these other issues. And so it's fine. Like, I think as a theory, like I can see much of the intuition of what you're saying. I just thought it could be a lot more balanced in terms of like the actual takeaways that we could and the confidence that we can place in the results that you present.
I don't have problems adding additional caveats, but okay, thank you. Next, I'm not good at the hand raising thing.
So let's take Stephen and Christian, and then afterwards continue with the presentation for a few minutes. Huh? So Stephen Glaser first. Huh?
So Zach, I think Eric's comment was kind of prescient because I kind of have a similar concern about what else you might be picking up. I think in these weak institution countries, you're not just worried about appropriation from shareholders and insiders of the firm, you're also concerned about government appropriation. So I'm sort of thinking about like the Acemoglu, Robinson kind of institutions literature where you're really worried about the government coming in and taking resources from the company. And it seems like another way to prevent that kind of appropriation is sort of the same dividend paying out. So it's really an alternative mechanism, but I wonder to what extent you're also picking that up and if you could kind of tease it out a bit.
I would consider that is weak rule of law, that you're concerned that the government's going to take your money as opposed to the insiders.
Yeah.
So I would consider that sort of part of what we're studying here.
Yeah, I would too. And then maybe my one suggestion would be maybe put more of that in the writing, because it's all about insiders and agency within the firm. And there's really no discussion about like rule of law or corruption, which is really about government appropriation, right?
Good.
I have one other quick question. What sort of makes these dividend policies a commitment ex ante? What is sort of forcing them to stick to these policies?
Okay. So I think it's sort of a soft commitment. There's a lot of, it's embarrassing, right? You said you're going to do something and then you don't do it. So you get embarrassment, and there's a paper by, Dick and Zingalis that sort of talks about how embarrassing Russian oligarchs is actually the sort of the right way to get them to do what you want to do. And, so I think that is sort of the basic mechanism, that you commit to do something. And if you're a man of your word, you keep doing it. A lot of these people are quite wealthy. And, one of the things that you want to consume when you're quite wealthy is prestige.
Thanks.
Certainly.
All right, Christian, go ahead.
Okay. So I have two quick ones. One is sort of along the lines of what Ed was getting us started. I think that it would be good to think a little bit more about the link with accounting quality or earnings management. As we know, these institutions vary a lot with, so for instance, smoothing. And so there is a difference, and you do discuss that a little bit in the paper. There is a difference, if you have a lot of control over your earnings, to what extent committing to a certain dividend policy means the same thing. And then more generally, I think to maybe help you a little bit also with Eric's and Matthias's comment in the chat is, I think your hypotheses at the moment are very high level. They're sort of country weak versus strong institutions. But if you think about prior literature and also the bonding literature, it depends a lot on what the insiders want. And so the insiders often don't want, and they might take the minority to the cleaners, but they may sometimes want to bond. And so I wonder whether you could exploit more the firm level heterogeneity, which then would also allow you to tease out a bit more, is it sort of the commitment story or maybe something else? Because the commitment story should be particularly relevant if and when they have growth opportunities and they need to raise capital.
Okay, so with respect to the link to with accounting quality, we show that these that sort of this cross-country effect is much stronger amongst the firms that are paying the highest audit fees. So, that's sort of the one piece that we tabulate in the paper that sort of suggests that it's not about low quality accounting. We've done a variety of things, measuring accounting quality that have been tabulated, not tabulated. I think now they're referenced in a footnote. Those are all insignificant. And the referee asked us to take them out, and we did take them out, and just sort of referenced it in a footnote. As far as firm level heterogeneity, I actually think that looking at some of the interactions with sort of block holders and ownership group, I think would be very interesting. Prior literature like Faccio et al. Says that in Asia, I might be getting this wrong, but in Asia, block holders lead to more diversion. In Europe, they lead to less diversion. Our results hold, in Asia, in Europe, in the world excluding Asia and the world excluding Europe. We don't really have that data. I do think that would be interesting to look at. As far as ownership, we do have some data on that. Ownership is positively correlated with speed of adjustment, which is sort of consistent with some themes in prior literature that, essentially owners want to get, paid out of the dividend. But you don't see any sort of interaction effect with sort of weak or strong institutions. So I guess.
Yeah, Zach, sorry, just to sort of put a finer point and then I shut up, but I wasn't thinking so much the ownership structure, because the ownership structure very much follows sort of from the weak institutions. So what I was thinking that could get you closer to having maybe a little bit of exogeneity, which is sort of also where Eric was pushing with the a certain setting, is sort of financing needs and growth opportunities. I think they sometimes come and arrive a bit more exogenously, and then that's something that you potentially could think about exploiting. I don't have a specific idea, but I would go more down that path, because that is what in the gross listing literature, for instance, they would say that what tilts the insiders towards wanting to commit versus to continue as is and not care about the minority.
Yeah, so I would definitely say that there is something there with respect to investment and growth opportunities. So, one of the things that you see with Tobin's Q is that these effects are a bit lower. This cross-country pattern is a bit weaker if you have high Tobin's Q. And I think, that makes sense, because if you think about it, Tony Whitehead writes a lot of papers on sort of optimal capital structure, and the optimal capital structure is never pay a percentage of earnings as dividends or pay a fixed dividend payment. It's, sort of intertemporal variation with the magnitude of the productivity shock. So, I think it makes sense that you'd be more willing to sort of let these types of firms deviate from these normative patterns. So, it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. All right.
So I have Joshua and Sugata, but unless those two widely protest on Zoom, I will give you, or would suggest that you go over a few more slides that you think are relevant before we take another set of questions.
Sounds good. So I want to explain in sort of detail how I think the ability to divert leads to incentives to return capital more quickly. So you have the firm that generates income through operations. So the manager has two options. He can either divert, so the cash is never paid to investors, or he cannot divert, and the firm will eventually pay out the cash to investors. Okay. Then with this cash that he's going to eventually pay out, you have two options. You can pay out immediately, so you sort of dividend it to investors immediately, and you can reinvest initially and pay out later. So the firm's going to pay out to investors after the proceeds from the reinvestment. So the issue arises that you can't distinguish 1 from 3, right? So you're an investor, firms have the ability to revert. So you're going to discount retained earnings because you can't tell the difference between whether it's option 1 and the firm's going to try and, get the cash out of the firm through some type of asset sale transaction or, some type of perquisite consumption, or 3, and, they're just waiting to pay you. Okay. So that creates a valuation incentive to return cash immediately. All right. So that's going to bring us to our first hypothesis. Firms and countries with weak institutions pay dividends out of current earnings. So firms located in weak institution countries have higher agency costs. So current earnings are just sort of less informative about future dividends. There's less of a commitment. This is one of the frictions in Miller Modigliani, 1961. All right. So intertemporally, we're going to expect that firms are going to pay a proportion of current earnings as dividends each year, leading to less smooth dividends. And we're going to measure this as speed of adjustment, which is sort of a measure of smoothing from Leary and Micheli. And then cross-sectionally, I'm going to show you, Atif and I are going to show you that firms pay dividends early in the life cycle when they have higher investment opportunities. All right. And then our second hypothesis is going to concern the ability to raise capital. So if investors demand a portion of current earnings as dividends, firms should benefit through meeting this demand through a greater ability to raise capital. So we're going to predict that high SOA firms in weak institution countries are going to raise more equity. The returns around these equity raises are going to be less negative because they're going to be less likely to be viewed as expropriative, and they're going to have higher valuations at the IPO. Okay, I think there's tension in these predictions for a few reasons. Number one, weak institutions could create an inability to credibly commit. I think Stephen Glazer brought up that possibility. Number two, managers could have insufficient incentives to cater to investors, so they might not, make the commitment at all because they're just not thinking about investors. Earnings management could limit the value of linking dividends with earnings. So I think that's where our auditing results show up, so that the firms that are investing more in financial statement attestation are actually the firms where you see the strongest results. Agency costs can affect current rather than retained earnings. So one of the, dividends aren't perfect. Dividends aren't going to make, a Russian company like a US company, but they do sort of, provide some limit to how much you can get out of the company in, sort of an asset sale transaction where you sell an asset to a subsidiary that you fully control for below market value. So they're going to be effective against that type of agency cost or that type of tunneling. They're going to be less effective against something like transfer pricing tunneling, where you're continuously executing a related party transaction at below market values, because that's going to hit current earnings and retained earnings. So, that's sort of a caveat or a limitation. Also, there are a variety of things that firms in weak institution countries can do to try and earn the trust of investors. Okay, so they can try and lobby to increase the quality of the institutions. They can cross list. So we sort of see dividend. We sort of see for something like corporate lobbying. I think there it makes more sense to maybe cross list or pay a dividend than sort of invest the resources in corporate lobbying. So I think that might not be as much of a driver. And I'm going to show you that cross-listing actually serves as a bit of a substitute for the effect that we're documenting here. All right.
So Zach, let me jump in and take a few. Let's take a few more questions, huh?
Okay.
Joshua would be next.
Yeah, great. Fun paper, Zach. So you're talking a lot of benefits for firms for adopting these policies in these countries with weak institutions. I think it'd be nice to balance that with maybe a discussion of any costs for these firms and or their investors. I haven't seen much of that in the paper in your discussion so far. Is it optimal for all firms in these weak institutions to do this, or what are they giving up? Obviously, they have then less internal capital that they could use for profitable investments, your kind of path 3 that you laid out there. So just your thoughts on possible costs for adopting these policies
So I think there are probably two main costs. The first is that, you don't get to, the agency costs sort of benefit the controlling shareholders disproportionately. So you don't, get those benefits. The second cost that I would say is that, and I think I referenced this earlier, is that generally, there's sort of an optimal payout policy from the standpoint of sort of maximizing valuation, right? There's too little cash and then there's too much cash. And if you have the right amount of cash, you sort of balance these costs of, perhaps not being able to make, the right investments against, there being too much cash and you make wasteful investments or there's double taxation or so on and so forth. I would say in general, these payout policies, such as linking dividends to earnings or paying a fixed payout each period, is not going to sort of match that optimal. So, there is a cost from sort of a cash management perspective.
Yeah, so just I think bringing that in, obviously if it would be more important if those costs then affect those minority shareholders, right? So
they do, right? I mean, if you manage it for the benefit of the minority shareholders, you wouldn't want that. But
yeah, getting that trade-off, because you are documenting some benefits for valuation, and so then kind of that converse, I've got less cash, I have to rely more on bank capital or lending and for opportunities that arise, and so kind of bringing some of that tension in might help.
Makes sense.
Then we have Sugata.
Thank you. Ludzie, this is an excellent moderating because my question is related to Josh's. And so Zach, let me just push that a little bit more. One reason you get dividends out of retained earnings and not current earnings is because it's intricately linked to investment policy. Dividend policy is intricately linked to the investment policy. And you don't want to pay out dividends when there are investment policies available. And one of the findings you have is that these firms are paying out in weak institution countries are paying out dividends when they are in their growth phase or their younger phase. So what's to say that this is not another manifestation of controlling shareholders extracting dividends from firms when they should not be doing it, and minority shareholders are benefiting, but it's not real long run, because this is another way controlling shareholders are extracting benefits.
So dividends are paid pro rata to all holders of stock. I'm not aware of a situation where that's not true. So, the minority shareholders are getting the dividends with the controlling shareholders.
But the controlling shareholders are also getting dividends, right? And the point is that you're compromising investment policy. So you may have a dividend policy that looks minority shareholder friendly, but it's actually compromising investment policy. That's the point.
I think some of that is probably going on, but the dominant, discussion in the literature is that, how do firms in developing countries, how do minority investors in developing countries extract dividends? How do these sort of dynamics work? I think I'm sort of laying out those dynamics. I don't think it's necessarily costless. Okay.
We have Christina.
Hey, Zach. In the spirit of taking a broader perspective of what's going on here, I was wondering if perhaps, the weaker institution countries, they also have weaker financial institutions. And so here the firms are taking perhaps a substitutive effect. And from the investor's perspective, they want to invest in these firms that pay out a lot of dividends rather than putting their money into a bank or debt. And I was wondering if there's something that you could do there to speak to whether that's like an institution specific effect that's going on.
I don't quite understand the question. Can you repeat it?
Yeah, so I'm saying that for countries where they're weak institutions, perhaps there's more demand for these safer assets for investors to invest in firms that pay out a lot in dividends because maybe they don't want to be putting their money in the bank.
Okay, so a couple of quick points. Number one, I tend to, if you sort of think of a safe asset as something that pays a fixed stream of dividends, what we're showing is that companies in weak institution countries don't do that. So I'm not not sure whether that makes them safer or less safe. The second thing is that we're not talking about payout ratios here, actually. So we're talking about, I mean, all these results are about the way that dividends are sort of mapped into earnings, and they're not about payout ratios. So I don't.
I guess I was talking about like the minimum payout ratio. Like you saw that companies were more likely to have a minimum payout ratio.
Correct.
Okay. Well, in any case, I was just thinking that
companies
was one way to
high minimum
signal.
payout ratios, and there are companies that sort of have low minimum payout ratios. We're not really saying anything about the magnitude of the minimum payout ratios. We're saying that sort of maintaining a minimum payout ratio helps assure, investors that you're going to get a percentage of the firm's earnings. We're not really talking about whether it's too high or too low. Maybe we should talk offline.
Okay.
Okay. So.
All right. So then we have Nemit, and then afterwards we go ahead with a few more slides. Huh?
Okay.
I had a similar reaction to what Matthias had in chat, and then I think what Eric brought up as well. And I do worry about identification. For example, like weak investor protection countries typically have greater family ownership, state ownership, and sometimes it's tax efficient. Like at least in the Indian context, it's tax efficient for such firms to pay out a dividend rather than have their family management take a larger salary or bonus. So it's just, I'm having a hard time seeing how a cross-country research design can isolate the effect of investor protection and dividend policy from other factors, which include taxes, family ownership, state ownership, or other cross-country variables.
I mean, so we investigated the impact of taxes. So having a tax policy that sort of promotes dividends is going to lead to higher speed of adjustment relative to a tax policy that doesn't. The issue with that is that the tax policy isn't actually correlated with the quality of institutions. And the ultimate reason for that is that people tend to think that dividend, like China, for example, tends to think that promoting dividends is good in terms of promoting economic efficiency. So they tend to have pro-dividend policies, whereas the issue is that also in these weak institution countries, they have trouble collecting taxes, and dividends are actually very easy to collect taxes from. So countries like Russia collect taxes out of dividends. So that one's not sort of a correlated limited variable. I don't have data on family ownership at 33,000 firms, so I'm not going to be able to speak to that. I mean, I will say that the literature, I think broadly in terms of family firms, say that some of them help promote dividends, some of them don't. You see this in the Keiretsus in Japan. And other studies that are sort of more focused on a single country setting. So, I mean, I would abstract away from that and say that, this probably isn't driving, what we're finding here. As I mentioned, we do have ownership data, and, that doesn't seem to, drive things that much. I mean, this is sort of a very broad descriptive study, and, we need caveats for that reason, but I tend to think the story lines up with the data pretty well, but maybe.
It's not so much just about like absolute tax policy or taxes and dividends versus capital gains, which sounds like what you were testing, but it's also like taxes on dividends versus compensation, right? So tax policy can be fairly complex, and it interacts with other decision-making variables. So, I mean, I can appreciate that it's hard to address these issues, but it goes back to I guess Eric raised this point, but is the cross-country setting, like how much does it buy you versus what you could get, say, from a within-country setting, fully understanding that within-country settings have other limitations as well.
Okay, I mean, and just to reemphasize, I think within-country settings have enormous problems for studying dividend policy. So, I mean, other outcome variables are going to be a little different when you start regressing dividends and earnings over long periods of time. I think you're going to have larger problems. Okay, So let's do a couple slides. So, people have been sort of pushing me back on, this agency costs as sort of an explanation for what we find. So agency, an activism campaign is sort of the reason why the first publicly traded company did decide to pay out a percentage of earnings as dividends each year. So the Dutch East India Company is the first publicly traded company in the world. Their initial charter was for 20 years. At the end of that 20-year period, they wanted to renew the charter. A number of people opposed, and what sort of got them on the right path and allowed them to continue for another 180 years was this dividend policy of paying a percentage of earnings as dividends in each period where there wasn't a war. So you can see this is dividends as a percentage of market value, and over time, investors got very comfortable with this. So the primary measure that we're going to use in this paper is a speed of adjustment measure. So we're going to measure dividend smoothing, the way at which dividends respond to earnings changes. So, we go through this in a bit more detail in the paper. We compute the target payout ratio. We compute the deviation from target as the difference between last year's payout and the target payout. Then we're going to compute the change in dividends, and we're going to rest that change in dividends on the deviation from target. And this is going to give us a measure of how rapidly firms adjust dividends with earnings. All right, so we're going to measure this institutional quality at T-1, and then we're going to look at speed of adjustment in future years. Okay, so we'll use predetermined institutional quality, and we'll use speed of adjustment from future years. So we'll use about a 20-year sample. Okay, so I want to sort of go through some of the country points. So these are the top 10 observations in terms of country. I know, sort of group ownership is very important in a lot of these countries. But, so what you see is sort of Japan and I don't know. So what you see is, a very strong negatively sloping line. All right. So then what I want to do is I'm going to add, so you see Taiwan is a bit of an outlier. Perhaps there's some reason why you'd want to get your dividends or your cash out of Taiwan a bit earlier, given some of the political instability as it relates to China. And this sort of gets at Stephen's point a little bit. So then I want to throw in Chile. So Chile is a country with fairly high institutional quality that actually has a mandatory dividend rule. So Chilean companies are required to spend 20% of earnings as dividends. So you can see that Chile is a real outlier, right? It has a very high speed of adjustment relative to what you'd expect based on its institutional quality. All right. So then the next slide, I did a plot of the editor country of origin. So all the editors countries are on here. We have a very diverse, editorial group at JAR. So you can see sort of a downward sloping line. Brazil is a country that also has a mandatory dividend rule, but here you see that it's not an outlier, right? So Brazil has low institutional quality, but because it has a mandatory dividend rule, its speed of adjustment is pretty similar to what Chile said. I will also mention that in an email yesterday, Rodrigo just told me that the reason why Brazil has the mandatory dividend rule is to mitigate agency costs. So I think the fact that, people in Brazil think very, very sort of, conclusively that this exists to mitigate agency costs is probably useful in persuading people that firms are implementing these rules to mitigate agency costs as well. All right. So we can take a couple more questions now, I guess.
So Frank.
Hey, Zach, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on the long run consequences of dividend policy? So the reason why I'm asking the question is that there is empirical evidence that in countries with weak institutions, firms can prop up earnings to attract investors, but down the road, they tunnel firms' assets. So I'm wondering whether firms could possibly use dividend policy to attract investors, but later on they may tunnel assets. So this could also get back to Sugata's question earlier. So if you look at, if these firms are performing better in the long run, then it's presumably consistent with they're doing this to attract investors. So this is not so much an alternative story because they can still build the investor trust because they want to, tunnel firms' assets down the road. It's just a slightly different mechanism from that's described in the paper.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, so I think there was some policy in China where they required that firms pay a dividend of 30% of earnings before they raised capital because they were a bit concerned about this issue. So I think generally, regulators are sort of trying to take it the other way, and try and use dividends to sort of, increase the quality of earnings. But I mean, I think what you're saying is possible. I mean, broadly, I think that we want to understand a bit better how dividends sort of play into development and how dividends can be used for regulation. What I'm trying to do in this paper is just set out a broad set of facts that I think are very consistent with the idea that dividends, which we generally think mitigate agency costs differently in the developing world as opposed to the developed world. And I think what you're saying and these types of empirical investigations can really add a lot to our understanding of how countries can use dividend policy to try and advance their regulatory aims. Okay.
So before we go to Rodrigo, just a quick heads up. Zach, you have 15 minutes, so that afterwards you should showcase some of your main results, I guess. Huh? But let's take Rodrigo's question first.
Hey, Zach, as you said, like you brought the exchange we had yesterday here. So I believe in this story. I actually think it'll be interesting to show whether this is actually done in a mandated sense as opposed to voluntary by the firm. So I think this is not exactly what you're doing in the paper, but I think I'll be interested in knowing if the countries are engaged, if there are mandated mechanisms as opposed to firms pre-committing. That's a potential thing for a future paper. I'd like to bring actually something else. So it's related to Josh's and Sugata's point about the cost. So I'll read, it's possible that there is a costly signal here. I actually would interpret slightly different, which I think what you'll find is that these firms finance, earn, pay back, and repeat. Finance, earn, and pay back, and repeat, right? So I guess what I was wondering is that, have a look at is that maybe it's a separate paper, but at the implications for the kind of projects and the life cycle that these firms engage, right? That it has implications for the investment. It could potentially do some short-termism. So I was just thinking of exploiting the investment side a bit more.
Yeah, I mean, so I totally agree with you. And I think we do mention this in the conclusion that basically if you're in a weak institution country and you require that firms pay dividends, firms are just going to have to go public at sort of a later stage of their life cycle, and you do empirically see fewer pre-revenue firms in the developing world, fewer pre-profit firms in the developing world, and I think it does have real implications for for the life cycle of the firm and also investment policy, right? I mean, Easterbrook said, that the way that you can sort of mitigate these agency costs is you get, investment bankers routinely involved in the process of the firm, by paying dividends and depleting their capital. I think that's definitely going on in the developing world, and that, this all works together to try and sort of mitigate these agency costs. All right. So
let's take John, and then afterwards you can move on to your results. Huh?
Okay.
Yes, it seems like there's like just a complementary nature of a bundle of governance practices that firms can utilize to get at agency costs or to get at lower financing. And you're like focusing on one, but is a pushback here to say that dividends are the most important versus other kind of mechanisms like bonding that could be done? Because if they're complementary or do you want to say anything about that? Or you're just saying, look, this ends up being one practice that we care about. Other people have kind of said looks similar between high governance and low governance, and in reality, it's more like kind of the Laporta stuff. They look differently, and potentially it could be used as a way to kind of resolve agency problems. I feel like the tension is people are trying to push you to say, what % of the variation in this agency is coming from dividends?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I sort of agree. You know, this is sort of a broad descriptive paper that, you know, dividends relate to agency costs. You know, I'm going to show you they relate to agency costs differently in the developing world. And I'm not saying anything about, you know, sort of other financial practices.
But do you want to give it a little bit more of a kind of a flavor in that sense to kind of get a, you know, it's consistent with certain other practices that firms might be using to mitigate?
Well, I mean, I think the equity raising thing I think is very helpful on that dimension. You know, so you see, you know, these are the firms that are tapping the equity market, and this is sort of the normative, you know, dividend way in which firms pay dividends. And again, you know, that's sort of, you know, pushes back a little bit on this family firm thing that, you know, I seem to be getting a little bit of trouble with, which is that family firms and these sort of, you know, organizations of firms sort of exist to try and facilitate flows of capital. So, you know, if anything, you'd see dividend policy being a bit less important.
Then why aren't you pushing more kind of like your bonding or your cross listing results, right? That seem to kind of juxtapose with the dividend.
Yeah, I mean, I think there you're
that's
showing,
where,
you know, pretty cleanly that it's sort of a substitute for another mechanism. So, okay, thank you. All right, so you know, obviously we're going to measure dividend policy with AIR, but if you look at the countries with at least 100 firms and you know, the largest 100 firms, and you regress institutional quality, predetermined institutional quality on future speed of adjustment, you're going to get a coefficient of negative 0.42. So on average, moving from the lowest institutional quality to the highest is going to move your speed of adjustment up 42%. And we're going to explain 48.2% of the variation there. Okay. So then what we're going to do is, instead of, you know, just looking at a country sample, we're going to look at firms, and we're going to allow individual firm characteristics to enter into the regression. And you see robust results. In column 3, we see robust results when we measure payout as dividends plus buybacks. So you look at gross payout SOA. And then in column 4, we're gonna sort of contrast positive SOA when the firm would be moving the earnings upward, to negative SOA when the firm would be moving earnings downward. Firms in strong institution countries are very hesitant to cut the dividend. Okay, so you actually see significantly higher positive SOA in weak institution countries as well, but the difference is even larger for these dividend cuts. Okay, so I mentioned a bit about why I think that there's some real problems with sort of looking at shocks over short intervals. But I do think you can look at it over long intervals. So the median US firms SOA declined from 0.65 at the time of the Securities Act to around 0.1 today. So 0.65 is very similar to what you observe in China. So we expect dividends to play a similar role in the developing world as in pre-regulated US. All right, so our cross-sectional tests, what we're going to do is we're going to look sort of within country at where these effects are strongest. So we're going to look at institutional quality. We're going to rank a characteristic within country, and then we're going to multiply that with in-country rank by institutional quality, and we're going to include controls and country fixed effects. All right, and what we're going to find is that these associations are strongest amongst the most trusted firms in the economy. So, you know, the firms with the highest market capitalization, the highest analyst following, the lowest return volatility, and the highest audit fees, you observe a stronger negative association. We're also going to show you that the firms most susceptible to agency costs or cash cows are also going to have a stronger association. Okay, so we think these determinants are very consistent with these mitigating agency costs. All right, so as I mentioned, we collected a bunch of dividend disclosures, right? So, you know, firms are disclosing their dividend policy to outside investors. So related to sort of the some of the other comments, not really clear why, you know, in very family firm heavy economies, you would need to disclose in your financial statements what your dividend policy is going to be. But you regress institutional quality on this indicator for a minimum payout ratio, and you see a negative coefficient. So firms are more likely to disclose these policies in weak institution countries, and also these policies are informative about actual payout. All right, we're also going to look at it, so these speed of adjustment tests sort of condition on the firm paying a dividend. We're also going to look at just when are dividends higher. So we're going to rest dividends divided by assets on current earnings divided by assets and retained earnings divided by assets. And we're going to interact those with institutional quality. Okay. And what we're going to see is that in weak institution countries, firms are more likely to pay dividends out of current earnings. And in strong institution countries, they're more likely to pay dividends out of retained earnings. Okay. And as far as Tobin's Q, you're going to see that firms are more likely to pay dividends when they have stronger investment opportunities in weak institution countries. Okay, so to John Barrios's point, which he thinks deserves greater emphasis. So cross-listing is going to substitute a bit for dividend policy. So we're going to propensity score match cross-listed firms to non-cross-listed firms, and we're going to see that this association between institutional quality and speed of adjustment is attenuated for that cross-listed firm. And we're going to cross-list 3 years after, we're going to propensity score match 3 years after the cross-listing to try and get at some of these confounding investment events that Christian mentioned. Christian actually suggested this. So, okay, so getting into some of the consequences. Are there any questions?
There are a few questions in the chat. So let's say John asks about, well, is this related? John Core asks about, well, is this related to some industry effects in some of those weak institution countries, and why do you don't have any industry effect in your analysis?
Yeah, so the data that we have has GICS codes in it, but the GICS codes don't seem great. So they don't line up, they don't affect the results. If anyone has, very good industry code data with, a FactSet database, we'd be sort of interested in adding those. I don't think that the ratio of industries across country is so dramatically different that it would generate this. Anything else?
So one question of my own, which I brought up in an earlier process, is when you include the country fixed effects, you still have your institutional quality variable defined. So this tells me that it's defined out of the changes in institutional quality. Is that correct? And
yes.
How does this affect the interpretation of the results?
I think that there's not a whole lot that we can interpret about the change in institutional quality. That variable is very small. There's not a lot of variation in it within country. And it's, to DJ Nanda's point, it's going to be sort of endogenously related to the firm outcomes that you're studying. I do think that you can interpret the interaction of the SOA times institutional quality, because, there you're getting the SOA, times the institutional quality. So there is a broad difference, within almost all countries in speed of adjustment. So you really are, being able to show that, this matters, more in weak institution countries relative to strong institution countries. So that's sort of where I would, put the focus. And I mean, the convention is just to sort of tabulate, both sides of both of the main effects of an interaction. So we do that here. Okay, so let's keep rolling. All right, so equity.
You have 4 minutes, so you can probably slowly wrap up. Huh?
Sounds good. All right, so our equity issuance analysis. So what we're going to show you is that firms with high speed of adjustment in weak institution countries are more likely to raise equity and raise higher amounts of equity than firms with low speed of adjustment. All right. And, one concern about this type of analysis is that, these equity offerings are sort of expropriative. So what we're going to do is the first way that we're going to try and address this concern is we're going to look at the analyst coverage. So what we're going to see is that, these firms also have, higher analyst following. We're also going to show you that these equity issuances are less likely to have negative returns around the issuance. So expropriative issuances, you're going to expect to have negative returns. You're not really going to see that in the weak institution countries with high speed of adjustment. Okay. We're also going to look at valuation at the IPO, right? So the firm sort of deciding when to go public, and we have a subset in the appendix of prospectuses that have these minimum dividend policies in them. And what you can see is that firms in weak institution countries that are going to pay are going to have a high speed of adjustment after the IPO, that these firms are going to go off with a higher valuation measured as Tobin's Q. Okay, and then the second to last test that we have in the paper and the last test in the presentation is going to show you that these high speed of adjustment dividends do sort of increase the credibility of earnings, right? So you're going to see, that firms with high speed of adjustment are going to have higher earnings surprises. Okay. So to conclude, again, this is a very sort of broad descriptive study, but, in general, dividend policies are sort of adopted to combat agency costs. And, what I think is going on is what I think we're showing you is that firms in the developing world are paying dividends quite differently than in the developed world. And this is, sort of a different conclusion than what you see in the prior literature. I think doing so mitigates agency costs that are unique to the developing world. And we also show that the dividend policy affects capital raisers, pricing. So it matters to investors. And, I do think that firms are using dividend policy to, try and show outside investors that they can trust them. And I think that, more work should be done on dividend policy, particularly in the developing world, so that we can understand precisely what is happening. Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today.
All right. Thank you very much, Zach, for your presentation, Atif for dealing with the chat, and every participant for jumping in and asking the questions. So this brings us to the conclusion of the second presentation. We now have a short break for do whatever. You can go and grab a lunch, or you can go on a short run, but don't forget, we will be back here at 12:45 Chicago time when we will be presenting the Reviewer of the Year award. So an alternative for you would be to stay around, hang around in the Zoom room. It will be continuously going on, but be aware that everything will be recorded and live streamed. So just keep that in mind when you start engaging in some chats. That's it. And then I will see you again at 12:45. Thank you.
Hey, Lisa, it's Phil. I guess, is it ready for me to take over from you at this point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I'm just going to give it a few seconds until we're officially at 12:45 here in Chicago time, and then I'll get going with our brief Referee of the Year announcement, award announcement, and also on to the Stephanie Chang session, which I will be the moderator for. So just let me give it a few more seconds. Okay, so my atomic clock here in Chicago says it's now 12:45. So welcome back from the lunch break, everyone. So it's my pleasure to be able to spend a few minutes before our next session to discuss the Referee of the Year award and make the award announcement for 2020. So briefly, I think as you all know, I mean, the referee's role at any journal, including JAR, is incredibly critical and valuable. We ask many hundreds of referees for reviews every year, and the vast majority of those folks were asking for multiple reviews each year. It's very rare for those requests to be declined, and of course, we do understand that sometimes we catch someone at an exceptionally busy time, and the responsible thing for them to do then is to decline. But we're very thankful for the referees who are so receptive to these requests. Our submitted reports, we think, are overwhelmingly thoughtful and constructive and valuable to the editors and to the authors. And clearly, we cannot run the journal without the continuing service of this large set of excellent referees. So we're deeply appreciative of all the service that our referees provide. We hope that at least usually the authors do not feel like either of the following is occurring. So the first one is a quote from someone who you may know as a science fiction writer, Isaac Asimov, but he actually was also a scientist. So he got reviews both of fiction and scientific work. And his observation was writers fall into two groups. One, those who bleed copiously and visibly at any bad review, and two, those who bleed copiously and secretly at any bad review. So I guess the main point is we hope that we are not giving bad reviews to authors because we know that that's a painful experience. And we're also hoping that you are not like the scientist in the foreground with his back to us who has to run through this much of a gauntlet to get the paper accepted, but that instead the referees are adding value to your papers when you submit them to JAR as authors. So the referees, again, are just super, super important to the journal. And I apologize if your sound is on loud, you may want to lower it here in a second because it is sort of impossible to pick the one or two best referees each year. I'm going to title this last slide before I reveal our winners Mission Impossible. And so apologies, but here's a bit of Mission Impossible excessively loud theme music. Okay, pretty dramatic. So it's very hard. I mean, what we do consider, we keep track and records of quality, quantity, and timeliness. Obviously, quality being a subjective judgment assessment by the editors, but quantity and timeliness and other features being more objective. We keep track of this for all of our reviews. And even so, it turns out that many referees are at or toward the top on all these dimensions with incredible regularity and frequency. And so it's very difficult to finalize a choice of a single reviewer of the year. So I think the way we like to think of this is certainly this award does acknowledge the winner or the award recipient, but more broadly, it signals our appreciation of the much broader set of referees who are doing such a good job for us every year. So finally, and occasionally in the past we have done this as well, we are at least fortunate that this year it was so difficult that we ended up choosing 2 winners instead of only 1. And I wish we could even do more. But this year, to reveal our 2 winners, they are Gwen Yu of University of Michigan and Zach Kaplan of Washington University, St. Louis. So you may only hear my faint applause, but congratulations to both of them. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of our great referees. So we greatly appreciate it. There will be soon a check in the mail and a small physical manifestation of the award in the mail to Gwen and Zach from Lisa. And if you don't get it, blame the US Postal Service, not Journal of Accounting Research. It is going to be on the way to you too. So congratulations. Okay, so with that very pleasant task out of the way, we're now going to turn to the next paper session, which is Stephanie Chang. So I will do something similar to what we just saw Lucy do. Stephanie is the only one who is a sole author presenting, so she doesn't have the benefit of a co-author who can help monitor the chat and so on. So I will monitor the chat, but I would say what I'm mainly going to encourage you to do is, by all means, put in questions in chat. There's no way that we can expect Stephanie herself to be answering them because she's going to be busy with the presentation. I'm not going to try to answer them because I might get the answer wrong. But by all, we will keep a record of them. And if you feel you'd like to repeat some of the things you put in chat as a verbal question or comment, please feel free to do so. I will try to recognize hands raised on behalf of Stephanie and sort of keep the pace going along nicely, as Lucy did so well with Zach's presentation. So without further ado, let me now turn things over to Stephanie Chang of Tulane to present her work on the information externality of public firms' financial information in the state bond secondary market. So Stephanie, the floor is yours. And again, to remind everyone, the first 5 minutes are uninterrupted.
Thank you for the introduction, Phil. Good afternoon, I'm Stephanie Chen from Tulane University. First, I want to thank the conference organizers for this unique opportunity. I also want to thank the reviewer and the editor on this paper for their extremely helpful feedback that has improved the paper significantly. As accounting academics, we know that accounting research emphasizes on firms' financial information. Importantly, the US capital market also invests heavily into public firms' financial reporting, auditing, and monitoring to ensure the quality of such information. For example, in 2018, the total audit fee was around $10.5 billion, according to Audit Analytics. The average cost of SOX compliance for one firm is estimated to be around $2.8 million, according to a survey conducted by EY. An interesting question arises as to whether such a significant investment in public firms' financial reporting can provide some externalities outside the corporate sector. If so, who are the potential beneficiaries of this information? These questions led to the development of this paper that studies the information externality of public firms' financial information in the state bond secondary market. Information externalities are one of the primary rationales for regulating disclosure, but there's relatively limited empirical evidence exists for regulators and academics to conduct a comprehensive cost and benefit analysis. In this paper, I asked the question, can public firms' earnings announcements be used as signals of local economic development? I examined this research question in the state bond secondary market setting, where investors face high information opacity and also care about these local economic signals. My research question is formally stated as follows. Do public firms' earnings announcements provide useful signals about local economic development to state bondholders in the secondary market? A quick clarification note on the terminology. You will hear me use the term municipal bond literature later in the presentation. That's because bonds that are issued by states, cities, territories, counties, as well as non-for-profit organizations are collectively referred as municipal bonds. So for that reason, I will be referring to the literature as the municipal bond literature. In my paper, I focus on state bonds and territory bonds for a couple reasons. These bonds are more liquid than other municipal bonds, and earnings aggregation, which is my empirical strategy to measure corporate financial information, is less noisy at the state level or this level than at a more geographically granular level. I focus on general obligation bonds in this sample because these bonds are tied very closely to the state's fundamentals relative to the other bonds. In the remaining few minutes of my uninterrupted time, I just want to give an overview of this paper's key findings and contributions. In this paper, I find public firms' earnings announcements that are aggregated to the state level are positively associated with contemporaneous state bond monthly returns. This relation is driven by bad news of corporate earnings and is not subsumed by inclusion of traditional economic indicators. In cross-sectional analysis, I find this main effect is stronger when corporate earnings ex ante are more relevant to state bondholders' informational needs due to longer investment horizons or lower credit ratings of the bond issuers. So the evidence collectively suggests to me that public firms' earnings announcements can provide timely signals about local economic development to state bondholders in the secondary market, indicating a positive externality of public firms' financial information that extends beyond the corporate sector into the municipal bond market. This paper is relevant to 3 streams of literature, including the municipal bond, externalities, and aggregate accounting literature. The municipal bond literature is a relatively overlooked area in accounting research. My paper shows that although this market has been criticized for having an opaque information environment, state bondholders make use of alternative sources of information, such as corporate financial information. I also provide empirical evidence on the informational problems faced by state bondholders, their partial alleviation by corporate financial reports. These findings are relevant to the SEC and the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board in formulating new reporting requirements. Externalities are crucial to assess the economic rationales of capital market regulations. In this paper, I document that state bondholders are the beneficiaries of corporate financial information. The aggregate accounting literature focuses on nationwide aggregate earnings. In this paper, I aggregate earnings at a more geographically granular level, that's the state level, and apply this earnings aggregation concept into a local government sector. Prior studies in this aggregate accounting literature show that nationwide aggregate earnings are timelier than national macroeconomic indicators. In my paper, my findings suggest that this relation holds at the state level, which is more granular level. And more importantly, corporate earnings contain incremental information that is independent of traditional economic indicators. So for these reasons, I think this paper contributes to each of the above literature. But I think what's more exciting to me is the fact that this paper actually connects to 3 streams of literature. I document an information link between the municipal bond and the corporate sector by applying the aggregate earnings concept at a more regional level.
And now there are a few hands up now that we've made it through the first 5 minutes. Let me go to a few people. So let's start with Andrew Sutherland.
Yes.
Hey, Stephanie. So I enjoyed reading your paper. I was wondering, do you think that maybe a reflection mechanism might be explaining some of what's going on? And I'll explain what I mean by that. So let's imagine that consumer sentiment is driving both bond returns and earnings. And as econometricians, we don't have really good measures of consumer sentiment. And then basically what would be happening is that the correlation is between bond prices and earnings is not coming from any sort of externality or learning, or it's basically that both are responding to the same unobservable signal. And if that was the case, I mean, I think a lot of your cross-sectional results would appear. And so I was thinking to myself, how would you maybe tease apart the reflection story from the externality story that you're telling? And one idea that I had was that it relates to the fiscal year end, the preponderance of fiscal year ends during the year. So, we know a lot of firms have 12/31 fiscal year ends, whereas macro news tends to come out in a relatively even pattern during the year. So if you were to show that your results are a lot stronger when there are more financial reports coming out, then I think that would help you separate the reflection story from the learning story that you're trying to tell.
Thank you for the question. That's a great question. It's actually one of the empirical challenges that I faced when I was doing this working on this paper. So the earnings aggregation measure, the statewide aggregated earnings that I'm using, I'm actually aggregating the earnings based on the timing of the earnings announcement signal. So it's based on by months of the earnings announcement. So every month, the signal would pick up the announcing firm's earnings. So it is more likely to capture the new information arriving to the market. But having said that, it's possible there could be other information. So I was very careful when I interpret the findings. I want to make it more conservative by saying that it's either corporate financial information or information that correlate with this information. That's what the state bondholders are using. And some of my cross-sectional analysis, for example, I do find the finding to be pretty strong for bad news. That's tells in a way that these earning signals per se, their content does matter. I hope that addressed your question, but that's a really great question.
Okay, thank you. And let's go on to Matthias Brewer.
Hi, Stephanie. It's somewhat a question related to what Andrew was asking, but going back to like other information that is out there. And if we're thinking of Ball and Brown 1968, we kind of know a bit that even for their own stock price information, much of the earnings announcements and the information that is in the financial statements is anticipated. So I was wondering, how much do you really care about capturing whether this is coming from the financial reports or just overall that there's lots of information that the capital market already somewhat is anticipating, and so you have the stock prices, and I don't see you currently controlling for that. And that, for example, is one of the omitted variables that, for example, Andrew could have been thinking of.
Okay, thank you for the question. So I think that with the research question that I had in my mind when I started the project, I was really interested in these financial information earnings announcements. But it's probably true there is a general information spillover effect from the corporate sector into the municipal bond market. Actually, in my test, I do find corporate equity returns, our aggregate level, state level, are also positively correlated with state bond monthly returns. So it's consistent with this general idea. But because my measure of aggregate earnings by month, and it picks up the specific signals that's announced in the month. So I do think that I can say something about these earnings announcements. But the general picture of this information spillover effect, I think the information is spilling over, it goes from the corporate sector into the municipal bond sector. I also find the earnings press releases sentiments at aggregate level are also positively correlated with state bond returns. So if you put all these evidence together, it does suggest a general idea of information spillover effect. But going back to my main finding, I wanted to focus on earnings announcements, and because the way I construct these measures, I think I can say something about it. Thank you.
Thanks. And Mary Barth?
Interesting paper, Stephanie. It's really nice to see a paper motivated by the role of accounting in the state bond market. We don't, as you say, we don't see very many of those. And I'm sure the GASB would find your paper quite interesting. The paper's discussion of opacity of information about state government's financial strength led me to expect tests of whether the state bond returns reveal that government financial statements incorporate more or less or the same information as corporate earnings. Both should be correlated with states' economics, it seems to me, but they have different implications to the extent to which the state bond market is opaque. And I guess like Matthias, I channeled Ball and Brown also. And I'm particularly wondering what you can say about whether corporate reports reflect information that's incremental to the state government reports, because they're issuing financial statements as well. And it seems natural to me to make this comparison when you're trying to determine the extent to which corporate financial reports alleviate opacity in the bond market.
Thank you for the question, Mary. It's a great question. Actually, in a different paper, the tax paper by Mills et al. 2020, the most recent version I saw was in February of this year. It's still a working paper. The authors haven't released the paper publicly, so I haven't cited the paper. I haven't cited the paper in my paper. But in that paper, they do show that statewide aggregate earnings can help predict states' revenues in terms of the income taxes revenues, as well as corporate income taxes and the individual income taxes revenues and sales taxes revenue. So these are the three mechanisms that they show in the paper. So there seems to be a very clear link, which is consistent with my idea that corporate earnings has this direct link to state government's financials through the revenue collection, tax revenue collection mechanism.
I don't doubt the connection. The question is if we focus on spillover from the corporate report market to the bond market, that suggests that the bond market doesn't have the information it needs. And so I was wondering about the role of government financial statements in the bond market, and then compare that to whether the corporate earnings are adding anything to that.
Yeah, so these financial statements from state governments can definitely be useful. One of the key issue with these financial reports is the fact they are not being released in a very timely manner. So on average, the reporting lag in my sample is about 10 months. So if you're thinking about you want to know what's going on this year, you have to wait till next year after the fiscal year end of the state, and then wait for 10 months on average for you to see the information or the data in the financial statements from the government. With earnings announcements, you can kind of like get a timely signal on what's going on a more forward-looking basis. So there is benefit with that as well. Yeah.
Great. Let's just take one more for now from Thomas Rauter, and then we'll let you go forward a little bit more, Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie. Very interesting research question. I actually had a similar reaction to Matthias and Andrew, in the sense that it's probably one of the key challenges here is really to disentangle, right, the association from kind of the causal effect of the information spillover. And what I've been kind of struggling with is kind of in terms of research design, the fact that you aggregate everything at the monthly level, right? Lots of stuff can happen within a month. So think, for example, of times of financial crises, right, which would line up with your kind of bad news results. Fundamentals are deteriorating, right? And then obviously asset classes get more correlated, right? State bond returns will also take a hit. Maybe one way to kind of get around this would be to, instead of taking an aggregate approach, take kind of an approach where you identify firms that relative to the state play a very important role, and then try to identify the effects kind of more locally around earnings events of these, big firms that contribute a lot, right, to the local economy within a narrow window around these events. Maybe that could help.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me just jump ahead a little bit. I have some analysis on the level of corporate financial information. So that's really, I think, what the earlier comments were asking too. So I do find the effect is stronger for states with more public firms presence in the state, as well as during month when there's more earnings announcements coming out into the market. So that's February, May, August, and November, these months. So that probably could address the concern a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, that helps a bit. What I was more thinking about was really like zoom in on individual events and do it a bit more narrowly, potentially, right? And then also relatedly, I guess, to make the whole story a bit more plausible, I think it would help to think a bit more about who would be kind of the beneficiaries, right, of this information. Like who would trade on that, right? Like aggregating earnings signals at the state level seems to be something that retail investors or passive investors will probably not do, right? Because it requires some effort. Then the question is, who is it, right? Is it hedge funds, or is there actual anecdotal evidence that can help you substantiate the mechanism a little bit, right?
Right, that's also another great question. So one of the institutional detail about this market is this market has high concentration of retail investors because there is a tax exemption feature that attracts retail investor, doesn't attract institutional investor in this market. And also, these investors that are being attracted into the market are likely to be high net worth individuals. So from what I see, these are typically more sophisticated investors as what we usually see in the corporate market. And these investors also are likely to have other investments because they're at highest tax bracket likely. So they might have other investments in their portfolio, even have access to sophisticated advisors as well as analysts. So there are a lot of possibilities they can be gathering this information. And ex ante, this is a group of people, they are more likely to be using this sort of information when they are trading bonds or search for the information. Yeah, that's sort of the idea, what's behind this, yeah.
Great. Let's let you go forward now for a little while, Stephanie, and then we'll take some more questions.
Of course. Okay, let me go back to the slide. All right, so some of the questions touched on this already, but you're probably still wondering why the municipal bond market to study for externality. There are unique features of this market that make it very attractive for accounting research. On the slide, you see a few unique features. I'm gonna elaborate on each of the features in a little detail, but on a very high level, some of these features make the setting ex ante a strong setting for studying externality, while some other features provide great tension to my empirical test and make it less obvious that the earnings and returns relation which we observe in the corporate market should also be observed in the municipal bond market. So this secondary market, this municipal bond market as of 2019 has roughly about $3.8 trillion of bonds outstanding. This pie chart you see represents the total US bond market. The blue area represents the munis market, and the purple section represents the corporate bond market. So by comparison, the municipal bond market is approximately 42% of the size of the corporate bond market. Clearly, we can see, I would argue this market is large and economically significant to investors. Citizens and residents also care about this market because municipal bonds provide funding to local public services throughout the United States. If you think about the highways, the construction of highways where we all use on a regular basis, hospitals, water and waste disposal facilities. So for all these reasons, I think this market, it's really important to citizens, residents who live in the United States, as well as investors who are putting money into this market. So local government bankruptcies and defaults are historically low. Even in the case of bankruptcies, higher level government are likely or can bail out the lower level government. So arguably, investors may not be concerned about the credit risk of the bond issuers. However, despite historically low default rates, the credit risk for local governments has increased in recent years. You probably remember from 2017 on the news, Puerto Rico filed for bankruptcy protection. Illinois in the same year was downgraded to a near junk credit rating by both Moody's and S&P. So this example illustrates that bondholders still face potential losses. This graph indicates the growth of the municipal bond market. From 1996 to 2018, we observe a growing trend in this market for the past 2 decades. The blue bars on the bottom represent retail investor holding. So you probably would notice by looking at the slide, this market has high concentration of retail investors. Like I mentioned earlier, due to the municipal bonds tax exemption feature, a significant portion of these retail investors are likely to be sophisticated, high net worth individuals. They likely have other investments in their portfolio, have access to sophisticated advisors, or even have access to analysts. These investors are ex ante more equipped to learn and search for information when trading bonds. Thus, they are more likely to use information about public firms' earnings and or information that correlates with firms' earnings. The investors in this market also tend to be buy and hold investors. So the liquidity we observe in the market is relatively lower compared to the corporate market, especially during the more recent years. Perhaps the most interesting feature of this market is the information opacity faced by investors in the municipal bond market. Despite the economic significance of this market, which I showed you on the earlier slides, the information environment of the bond issuers is surprisingly opaque. There are a couple of reasons that contribute to this fact. So the local governments are traditionally exempt from most federal securities laws, including the exchange, including the registration and the reporting requirements of the Exchange Act and the Securities Act. The Tower Amendment of 1975 explicitly limited security regulators' authority over the bond issuers. So that means the SEC and the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board cannot go after the bond issuers, either directly or indirectly. In 2010, the Dodd-Frank Act authorized a review by the Comptroller General in order to advise a repeal or retention of the Tower Amendment. Since then, there have been increased regulatory efforts directed towards the market participants, including dealers, advisors, as well as underwriters, who can potentially influence the bond issuers. But the fundamental principle established in the Tower Amendment still hasn't changed. So the SEC cannot go after the bond issuers. As a result, between 2014 and 2016, the SEC charged 72 municipal underwriting firms that represent over 96% of the total municipal underwriting market for failing to ensure the bond issuers provide continuous disclosure to the secondary market. This example illustrates the significant information opacity faced by investors in this market, but also gives me a very interesting setting to study externalities of public firms' information. So to quickly recap all these unique features, some of the features including significant importance of the market, increasing credit risk, and a high significant portion of the retail investors being the high net worth individuals, and most importantly, the high information opacity, they make the setting ex ante a very strong empirical test setting for externalities. While some other features of the market, like historically low default, the high concentration of retail investors, and the low liquidity relative to the corporate market, they provide tension to my empirical test. So it's less clear whether I should be observing the same relation, earnings and return relation, that we observe in the corporate market, also in the municipal bond market.
And that's a good point, I think, to pause for a few more questions. Yeah. So let me go to John Barrios for the next question.
Of course.
Hi, Stephanie. Interesting paper. I'm kind of, as you were recapping the setting, and kind of I just read kind of Josh Rao's stuff now with the, bailing out these cities from the muni market, and do they restructure their debt, which I think is very timely. If it is the case, kind of back to this reflection problem, that a lot of these investors hold this, right? So like our high income individuals to get low tax income, like you would expect that if the market is doing well, that earnings are doing well, returns are higher, like they also would be investing in tax-free income instruments as well, right? Their advisors would say you want to make sure that you balance your portfolio so that your taxes don't increase because of these if you're liquidating. So the question that I kind of have is, like, when I see in your test you have kind of these monthly returns, like have you played around with the interaction of these monthly returns? Like, do you observe cases where like the returns are higher, earnings were low, and what happens to the bond market for these states? Like, have you played around with the information signal in the market, which I would think would be more timelier than the earnings news, right? Because you like price in pounds all these things earlier, right? So it's kind of weird that it's such a small coefficient in a lot of your regressions, and then when you bring it in, like the coefficient on earnings changes doesn't really change that much, right? When in your main specification, when you add in all these controls, like the coefficient doesn't change that much. So like teasing that out would be kind of interesting.
Okay, thank you for the question. I just want to make sure I understand the question correctly. Let me jump ahead to the results so we can take a look at it together as well. So are you suggesting I should be checking on the association between public firms' returns and state bond returns?
Yeah, because like column 1 and 2, is it surprising that like when you add in all these things, the coefficient on earnings, changes in earnings that should be related to like market reactions or from that period, right? You really know the spill out isn't that big? Like nothing happens to the coefficient, right?
Okay. It's actually not very surprising to me because so a lot of the information that could already been priced in. So I would argue these economic indicators would probably already been priced in, because in a different test, I do show that corporate earnings lead or predict future economic conditions. And then these corporate earnings also correlate with contemporaneous state bond returns. So it's very likely the signal's already been priced in. I also use very strong fixed effects, so I'm not so surprised. I do see there's a consistency, like thing that I find consistent positive association between information coming from the firm and the state bond returns that are positively associated. I think that's sort of my main focus of the table.
If you take the issuer fixed effect out and just leave the state fixed effect and look at deviation, like, is this coming from the fact that you're like forcing it to all be deviations in returns for like the city of Chicago and using that to get the beta versus looking at deviations in like Chicago versus Evanston versus, right? In terms of the returns, like it's hard for me. I would think that earnings should be more associated with bond return, but maybe that I'm completely and earnings, right? It just seems
Earnings
that
are associated with bonds return. I look at state bonds. So I'm comparing like California versus Illinois, and I look at state bonds. So for example, in California, if the investors are observing, oh, these tech companies are doing really well and they're following these earnings announcements, so they would expect that, okay, maybe like these bonds issued by California state, I should more positively update my prior about the state's debt servicing capacity, because if anything go wrong on these general obligation bonds, the state can increase taxes on these companies. That's sort of like an example of the idea.
Okay, that's helpful. Let me move on, I think, just in the interest of time. So Ed DeHaan?
Yeah, Stephanie, I enjoyed reading the paper, and my initial and big comment is exactly the same as Mary and Thomas and many other people, that this delta corporate earnings here is it's capturing some sort of association, but I'm really interested in the mechanism, in the channel that these bond investors are learning. So I like Thomas's suggestion a lot about looking in shorter windows, and I think Christian in the comments here had something similar, dialing in on some bellwether companies, the first ones in the earnings season perhaps, and showing that in a 3-day window around those announcements, you're going to see some response, and maybe you can use CDS spreads on these state bonds as a more reactive measure there. And I guess for me, I was already sold on that this is important, that the bond market's important, and that it's opaque. So maybe you can cut down on some of that and really dial in on that research design. I mean, just as a couple other small things, in that regression you just had up here, I think you can do more with maybe year-month fixed effects instead of year-quarter. Maybe put in the lagged delta earnings from the month before to try and tease apart that piece that's actually a surprise in the month. Yeah, so that's my big recommendations. Just really try to dial in on the mechanism.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to take you to the mechanism in a couple of slides. So I do find the findings are robust to using bond month fixed effects, if that is the concern. And a lot of the comments that you raised are really great questions. So the CDS, which I try to do, but it's really, there are not so many transactions, surprisingly to me. So for example, I only find very few transactions for California, so which I should be able to find more. So it's not being traded very frequently in this market, in the CDS market. So it's hard to do anything with CDS for municipal bonds.
Maybe you could even, I mean, that's a little concerning actually. So, but maybe you could at least show that there's more, even if the correlation between the delta earnings and the CDS spread isn't there, maybe just the volume of CDS transactions, if you can get that. Because I think it would be a little concerning that you don't see something on the CDS market, given that these are economically important and the mechanism is the earnings announcement.
Okay. I mean, the investors in this market, they are primarily buying that. They're buy and hold investors. They're buying that for the tax benefit. I would argue at least a significant portion of them are. So they would not be getting the same benefit if they engage in CDS or if they're shorting the bond, for example. So if the bond is being shorted, then like the borrower or the lender, none of them can get any tax benefit on this. So it's no longer tax exempt bond anymore.
That's helpful. Just one more for now, and then we do need to move forward. So Regina has a question, and then we'll move forward after that.
Of course.
Yeah, mine are mostly suggestions, potentially how to address all the questions that were asked. I think you haven't got there yet, but you can do much more in a cross-sectional analysis. You show, for example, that the results are different with maturity and credit risk of the bond. So I think you could incorporate maybe some of that in your responses, because I feel it helps at least partially to address some of the concerns. But I also feel that you may potentially relate some of the bond characteristics to earnings characteristics and maybe do some combination in your cross-sectional analysis. For example, looking at persistence of this earnings, right? If earnings are more persistent, they may have a different effect depending on the maturity of the bond, because short-term maturity bonds, the results are immediate, right? The earnings are related to future maturity. But if the bond matures in 5 or 10 years, maybe persistence of the earnings will be more important. Just to find some avenues that show that information indeed comes specifically from earnings, and then potentially combining earnings characteristics with bond characteristics will take you in the right direction. And one additional, 2 small comments. I'm not sure if I understood Ed's comment before, but I think the problem is that there are no results in the CDS market, but there are not enough liquid CDSs that cover this market. And this is the main issue, because to have a CDS, you should have investor demand. And there's probably low investor demand on CDSs. So this is not the lack of results, but the lack of the coverage. And there's one more data set. I'm not sure if it covers Moody's, but there are some data sets that recently provide information on a holding on bonds. I don't know if it relates, and then you can see at least proxy for type of investors that hold the bond. Again, may help you with investor sophistication potentially and see more cross-sectional variation to address all these comments that have been before.
Thank you so much for these great suggestions. Yeah.
Great. So we'll go ahead. We'll defer the other questions till a bit later. Stephanie, if you could go ahead and maybe try to get to the beginning of your empirical results within, say, 10 minutes or so, that would be great, I think.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'm going to spend a few minutes on the mechanism and then we'll jump into the empirical. So here, like I mentioned that earlier, there's high information opacity associated with the bond issuers. So what I'm interested in is whether the state bondholders would make use of other sources of information to assess the local economic condition. I argue that based on prior literature and aggregate accounting, the aggregate earnings are timelier than other regional economic indicators. And also accounting earnings under GAAP should better predict aggregate future cash flows. These stringent reporting requirements in the corporate market should also ensure the quality and timeliness of corporate financial information. Just to give you an example, public firms are required to provide quarterly information, whereas local governments only provide annual information. The reporting lag is quite significant as well. So it's quite plausible that corporate earnings announcements can potentially be used as timely signals to understand the regional economic performance. The question is, why do state bondholders care? That's sort of the questions that come up earlier as well. So let's see if the questions can be fully addressed and with the slide information on the slide over here. So the corporate earnings can indicate a state's economic strength at different levels. For example, corporate earnings can indicate the state's current economic condition and also serve as a general indication of future economic growth. So for state governments, what it means is that higher corporate earnings can indicate higher corporate income taxes. Earnings can also trickle down to wage increases and potentially generate higher individual income taxes, payroll taxes. Higher corporate earnings, as another example, could also indicate or suggest greater and more improved economic activities, leading to more sales taxes to the state government. So for all these different mechanisms that's possible different channels, it's plausible earnings announcements can help state bondholders infer the financial and economic strength of the state. Updating state bondholders' priors about the debt servicing capacity of the state based on corporate earnings. That's the mechanism. So where does my evidence fit in? There's evidence in prior literature in aggregate earnings studies that shows that nationwide aggregate earnings are timelier than macroeconomic indicators. So my study provides evidence to show this relation also holds at a more granular level. Like I mentioned earlier, a recent paper, a working paper by Muse et al. 2020 shows that statewide aggregate earnings directly can predict states' revenue, tax revenues. So this table shows this predictive power of aggregate earnings. Statewide aggregate earnings can predict state-level economic indicators up to 4 quarters ahead. I use coincident index in the table, but the inferences are robust to the use of the more traditional measures such as gross state product or unemployment rates. Okay, so based on that, I should be expecting, my H1 says I should be expecting a positive association between corporate earnings changes and state bond returns. Okay, here's my empirical strategy. My empirical strategy involves aggregate earnings at a regional level. So I construct a monthly index of corporate earnings changes to capture this rather continuous release of public firms' earnings announcements. So specifically, I aggregate public firms' quarterly earnings announcements by the months of the announcement and by their headquarters states. So the index, this month's earnings index, would include the different announcing firms in different months. And so it is more likely to correlate with new information arrives into the market, and is less likely to be correlated with the fundamental of the state. State bond returns are calculated using transactions that occurred around the end of each month, following the similar approach used by Easton et al. 2009. So I'm essentially interested in this contemporaneous association between this statewide earning signal and state bond returns. This is my main regression specification. I use put-OLS regression with time and bond fixed effects. I expect beta 0 to be positive. So the construction of my main measures follows prior literature. Corporate earnings changes are essentially the seasonally adjusted aggregate earnings scaled by the market value. So it's a ratio. State bond returns are buy and hold, treasury adjusted buy and hold returns following the similar approach used by Easton et al. 2009. In the regression analysis, I further include government financial information as control variables, credit ratings, changes in credit ratings, as well as changes in economic conditions. I also include public firms' equity returns as a control variable as well. In one analysis, I further include states' future economic conditions as a control variable. So my sample includes state and territory general obligation bonds between 2005 and 2017. The unit of analysis is at the bond month level. I also conducted an analysis at the bond quarter level as well and find similar results. The final sample includes over 35,000 monthly observations. I use a number of different data sources to construct my sample. So this is the main result of my paper. After controlling for government financial information, regional economic indicators, and public firms' equity returns, I find a positive association between public firms' earnings and state bond returns. In addition, I also find public firms' statewide aggregate earnings, statewide equity returns are also positively associated with state bond returns. So this is consistent with the general spillover effect. So the inferences in this table are robust to including only a few firms in earnings aggregation, a few large firms earnings aggregation, and also robust to the exclusion of potential outliers, so specific states. In particular, like I mentioned earlier, Puerto Rico is a very unique territory. It filed for bankruptcy in 2017. Because of that, I exclude Puerto Rico when I interpret the economic significance of the coefficient. By doing so, I'm interpreting the economic significance more conservatively. So column 4 shows the results without Puerto Rico bonds. And you can see that in terms of the economic significance, a 1% increase is associated with 1.7 basis point increase in the state bond monthly returns. That is about 10% of the average state bond returns.
And Stephanie, sorry to interrupt, but having gotten to this, and now that you're nicely into the start of the main results, maybe I'll pause again if you don't mind and try to take a few more questions that are in the queue. So Zhu Jiang, please.
Okay, thanks, Phil. Stephanie, very interesting paper. So I have a question which is kind of related to the concerns that are addressed by others. So you mentioned about this municipal bond being opaque markets and information asymmetry is very severe. So if I believe your story such that the investors, they gather information from corporate earnings to help them gauge how, the future cash flow for municipalities, would I expect that the more important, the corporate earnings relative to, to this particular state, then the higher the reduction in information asymmetry, which results in better liquidity measures? Because your results are mainly talking about associations between earnings and returns, but you don't do any discussion about liquidity issues.
So let me clarify. So you're thinking that the low liquidity could be a symptom of information opacity. So maybe liquidity should be affected as well. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's also related to to some of the other concerns. Is just like for example, whether or not corporate earnings and returns are all driven by sentiment. But if you talk about liquidity, and then liquidity is probably less affected by by sentiment, in a sense that I got more information regardless whether I'm in high sentiment or low sentiment. It would reduce the information asymmetry. It would improve liquidity, and also it's consistent with your story. Just an implication of your story, which may be less subjective to other correlated emitted variables.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Karthik Balakrishnan.
Hi, Stephanie. Nice paper. I just wanted to build on Ed's point on the mechanisms. I was looking for something more about the channel through which the GO bonds are going to be backed. For example, if it's property taxes, could you show something on real estate dependency? Or if it's coming from, so there is state level data also on returns from investments at individual level. So you could get that, what fraction of their returns for people, individuals, comes from returns in the bond market or from investment income or from wages. So if you believe wages is driving the story, then you could perhaps cross-section on the wages. And the same way, you could even move out of GO bonds and open up to revenue bonds and see if the sectors associated with certain revenue bonds, if their earnings comes up, then they are related. So these kinds of, those could get more at the channels and alleviate some of the concerns that have come up. Just some thought.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so the general obligation bonds are typically backed by, so it can be related to any source of taxes. So the government are obligated to raise taxes if they have to in order to pay off the bond. So it's harder to pin down exactly which kind of bond, but I do find evidence in terms of cross-sectional analysis that the evidence is much stronger for states if they're collecting a lot of sales taxes or income taxes, which is also consistent with evidence in Mills et al. 2020. But I did not include the test into the table because it's harder for me to draw inferences because these kind of state level cross-sectional analysis could also be correlated with a lot of other factors. So I don't draw any inferences from the test, but I do find consistent evidence along the line of what you're suggesting. Yeah.
That's right. And that's where probably revenue bonds could help. I don't know, I understand the full faith on the GO, but have a thought on revenue when I get a chance.
Yeah, so for revenue bonds, the mechanism can be very different because there's the mechanism that I'm arguing right now, it's not going to be always applied. So they typically for revenue bonds, they're being paid with the specific revenue stream tied to the project. It's kind of like a project-based revenue. So if it's a airport related revenue bond, then the money to pay for this bond will be coming from the revenue from the airport. So this tax collection mechanism is different. So the way I see it, I think the link is a little remote, but there potentially could be a cash flow mechanism there as well. Yeah.
Let me try to get you to go forward a little bit more than Stephanie, and then we'll take a few more questions, please.
Of course. Thank you, Phil. Okay, so importantly, I also dig a little deeper to see how to better specify the underlying mechanism that connects earnings and state bond returns. So I further control for states' future economic conditions. So these are traditional indicators. What I find is corporate earnings continue to be related to state bond returns even after controlling for these state-level future economic indicators, suggesting that besides being timelier than these traditional economic indicators, corporate earnings actually contain incremental information that's independent of these traditional economic indicators. State bond returns are also more associated with bad news of corporate earnings, suggesting that bondholders are more sensitive to bad news, are not so sensitive to good news. This evidence is consistent with the nonlinear payout function of these bondholders, and thus provide additional support for my main hypothesis. So the analysis thus far I presented to you really focus on this main relation between corporate earnings, earnings announcement, and state bond returns. My second hypothesis explores how investors' informational needs affect specific connection between state bonds and corporate earnings. I predict that the main effect should be stronger when state bondholders have greater informational needs for corporate earnings, either due to longer investment horizon or lower credit ratings of the bond issuers. So let me just briefly spend a few minutes on this agency problem because state bondholders' informational needs are related to the agency problem they face in this market. The use of municipal bonds generally follows a pay-as-you-use approach, in which case the payment for public services are allocated over time between current residents and future residents. For example, if a state issues bonds to build a road, then the payment of the road is shared over time between current residents and future residents. However, if a state uses cash or raises taxes to pay for the road, then the payment of the road is only borne by current residents, not the future residents. So government officials are responsible for this intertemporal allocation of payments of public services over time between current and future residents. On one hand, the term of office for these elected officials is rather short, ranging from 2 to 4 years for state senate and House of Representatives. So in order to gain more favorable votes in the near-term election, officials have incentive to issue more bonds in order to avoid any tax increases during their term of office. By doing so, they defer current payments to future residents. On the other hand, state bondholders, because they're more likely to be buy and hold investors, they have a relatively longer investment horizon. The principal amount is usually repaid at maturity, which could be in 15 or even 30 years. The average term to maturity in my sample is about 7 years. So because a significant portion of the payment of the bond is repaid or deferred far into the future, bondholders should be concerned the risk that state bondholders, government officials defer too many current payments far into the future through the issuance of new bonds, because more debt hinders the state's ability to repay the principal amount back to the existing bondholders at maturity, which is in the future. Due to this agency problem, state bondholders should care about the state's ultimate repayment ability or the future credit quality of the state. So like I mentioned earlier, corporate earnings can indicate a state's future economic strength. Therefore, to the extent that corporate earnings can address bondholders' concerns, I should expect a stronger relation when bondholders have greater informational needs for corporate earnings.
And let's just pause again at this point, Stephanie, if you don't mind, and see if we've got some more questions to clear out. So Bob Holthausen.
Yeah, hi, Stephanie. I wondered if you could do more with the good news, bad news. So wouldn't you anticipate that if there was a AAA bond and there were some bad news, because they're so far from default, you wouldn't expect the bad news in that case to matter very much relative to bonds that are closer to default? And also on the other side, if you had bonds that were close to default and there were good news, you might expect positive price response then from the good news earnings announcements. So it seemed like there was a lot more you could do with that I think would make the story more credible to me, because just I didn't find the asymmetric payoff or the kink in the payoff to be very informative. I'd like to see a split based upon the credit quality of the bonds.
That's a great idea. I can further interact credit ratings or even bond maturity with the good news and bad news results. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thanks. And let's go to Frank Zhu.
Hi, Stephanie. Hi. So this is in response to the earlier question about event studies. So you mostly look at general obligation bonds, which depend on state tax revenues. I know that many cities and states disclose information about their top 10 taxpayers and top 10 employers. So I wonder if we use the information about the top 10 taxpayers and employers to tie your story to investor reacting to information from corporate earnings in event studies. So then the earnings announcement of these firms can contain really strong information about, the future tax revenues that the state can collect. And so I don't know what's your thoughts on that.
Thank you. I have a similar test where I restrict the earnings aggregation to a few large firms. I do show that as long as the bondholders are following the few large firms, and that I'm still finding the results fully hold up. There's a little problem with shorter term window test in the municipal bond market. So typically in the literature, the aggregated account literature uses annual or quarterly time window to construct earnings aggregation. With municipal bond market, because of the liquidity is the issue, so like a short window market reaction test may not work, and I haven't seen it being done like so much in finance literature and accounting literature, but it's definitely, the question makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So I think people have looked at sort of more event kind of studies, for example, the ratings recalibration literature. So it doesn't have to be as short as the 3 to 5 days, which is typically done in the corporate setting. So it can be like a week or even 2 weeks window. So that sort of help you to narrow down your identification or attribute the results to this particular large firms or large taxpayers.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Frank. And Nemet Shraf?
Thank you. I had two suggestions, but I just want to make sure I understand the mechanism you have in mind correctly. So your idea is that corporate earnings provides muni bond investors information about the state's future tax revenues, and that's what investors are reacting to, right? So if I've understood if I've understood the mechanism correctly, I had a similar reaction to what Karthik had. States do differ in terms of what are their sources of taxable revenue, right? Some draw from corporate taxation, the others draw from personal taxation, the others yet again draw from capital gains taxation or from property taxes and sales tax. And this information is publicly available. So to the extent the story is that earnings provides information about primarily, there are spillovers, but primarily about corporate tax revenues. I think this might be something you can exploit. The other suggestion is there's a difference between earnings, right? Corporate earnings versus taxable income. And this can really differ for certain types of firms like Amazon, Microsoft. There's huge differences between what they have in terms of corporate earnings versus taxable income. And that's the other thing you can exploit, and that might help address some of the issues, the reflection concern, and endogeneity issues that have come up. Just two suggestions to consider.
Thank you. Yeah, so I did find the sales taxes and income taxes, both individual and corporate taxes, seems to be important. So for states heavily collecting revenue from these sources, the effect is much stronger. So it's less of a story as to property taxes, because property taxes is a reflection of the real estate prices, which does take longer for it to reflect into the real estate prices, and the adjustment takes a longer period of time. So like I said earlier, I haven't included in the paper just because it's harder to draw inferences because these are state level cross-sectional variation. So it's harder to draw valid inferences from it, but the evidence is totally consistent with what you're thinking.
I think what we had in mind is something where you interact these cross-sectional state characteristics with your proxy for earnings news. And the point is that earnings news is going to be less or more relevant based on what the state's source of revenues are, right? So if there are cross-sectional if there are just state characteristics that you're worried about as correlated omitted variables, they would get in some sense differenced out based on the type of news that comes in, right? So that's a suggestion. Maybe there's still an endogeneity issue that I'm not following, but
yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. That's the test I did. I tried, yeah. But it's not included in the paper because of the state level variation. If I conduct a lot of state level cross-sectional analysis, and typically the larger, states with larger firms will be clustered into one partition. This is harder to draw inferences based on every single cross-sectional test, but the evidence is consistent with what you're suggesting, yeah.
And now we're into the last 4 minutes, Stephanie. So let me now try to get you to move through your remaining slides and move toward your conclusion.
Of course, yeah. Okay, so let me just briefly show you the cross-sectional results because we talk about my second hypothesis. This table shows the evidence supports my second hypothesis, suggesting that the relation between corporate earnings and state bond returns gets stronger as the investment horizon increases and credit rating of the bond gets lower. This table presents the more detailed results of using the partitioned evidence, so consistent with the message on the earlier slide. I observed monotonic increase of this relation as credit rating gets lower, as investment horizon gets longer. So I also conduct a number of additional analysis. This main relation between earnings and returns in my study is strengthened by the level of corporate financial information and lack of state disclosure, as well as bond liquidity and certain types of bonds. The effect is also stronger or concentrated among retail investors as well as out-of-state investors who are at a relative informational disadvantage relative to the other investors. Consistent with the general information spillover effect, I also find evidence that public firms' earnings press release sentiments and equity returns are also, both of them are positively correlated with contemporaneous state bond returns. In a related paper where I explore the information asymmetry among different market participants in the secondary market, I find evidence that public firms' presence and their financial intermediaries reduce municipal bond dealers' information advantage over the retail investor. So I think with the collective evidence, if we look at evidence as a whole, it seems to be suggesting that public firms' earnings provide some externalities into the municipal bond market. My findings, my inferences are robust to the use of alternative measures of corporate earnings and state bond returns, and several alternative design choices and regression specifications. In conclusion, I hope that with the evidence I presented you today as a whole, you are convinced or more comfortable with what I'm going to say, that public firms' financial information provide a positive externality to state bondholders in the secondary market. This paper provides and documents the informational role of corporate earnings to state bondholders and apply the aggregate earnings concept at a more regional level. The findings are useful to the SEC and the regulators, both in the municipal bond and corporate sector, in formulating new reporting requirements.
And I think we do, sorry, I think we have time for one last, if it's a very quick question, concise one from Dan Taylor, please.
Well, a lot of caveats there, so concise. So I believe the results suggest that the aggregate state earnings, basically for the corporations, predict the bond returns. What I'm struggling with is then the connection between that finding, that X predicts Y, to the conclusion that investors are actually using X when they're valuing Y, right? So this is effectively, what is ostensibly a value relevance regression of returns on earnings. That doesn't necessarily imply that the investors are actually computing the earnings. So I kind of, there was a disconnect between how I read the paper and sort of how I took the presentation. The presentation seemed to be more predictive, whereas the paper seemed to be more investors are using the information. I mean, do you have a stance on which one of those it is, or?
Let me just clarify. So I wouldn't say earnings are predicting returns. They are contemporaneous associated. Okay. So the interpretation of whether the investors are using it, I think more precisely speaking, which is what I put into the paper, it's the information that state bondholders are using. That information set seems to be correlated with the information coming from earnings announcements. It's possible they're getting this information indirectly through analysts or other people or even media, but I think these two information sets seems to be correlated.
Okay, so you interpret the correlation as using the information. That's fine. Thank you.
That's good. And just take a second or two then, if you don't mind, Stephanie, to wrap up, and then we'll be, I think, finished with your presentation.
Of course, yeah, I think that that's pretty much like what I want to say about this paper. I'm really happy to address any additional questions you may have, but let me just say this, I really appreciate all the comments you've given me today so far. They're extremely helpful, and also thank you so much for your time today.
Great, thanks Stephanie, and thanks to the participants. We'll have a 10-minute break now before we get to the last session of the day. Thanks very much.
Hey, Resh. You're muted. Yeah, you're muted.
There you go. Where are you? Oh yeah, here you are.
Yeah, I'm here. I don't know if you can see my box. It's like Hollywood Squares, you know? Yeah.
Excellent. You doing all right?
Yeah. So I guess, do you want to control the flow of questions, or it seems like it's been kind of, there hasn't been a set standard.
Yeah, I think I will. I think probably I would essentially do what Phil just did, go in the order in which people have raised their hand.
Okay.
And I may also look at the chat and pick some questions from the chat if there's any questions there. So I'll do a mix of both.
Okay. So I think it seems like people have been mostly just asking questions visually, and the co-authors have been tapping the chat.
Yeah,
that
I'm going
seems to be
help.
kind of like,
Yeah,
so,
I'm going to do the chat thing. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So, but if we want to pull questions from the chat too, that's also fine. So just interrupt me when you want to do questions. I won't look at the participants' the hands at all.
Yeah, I will do that for you.
Okay. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Oops.
Yep.
Okay, so I can do.
Yeah.
All right. So let me just maximize this. Oops.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. Yeah. So how's the teaching going?
I survived. It was okay. I'm very tired.
That's good. You can take a nap if you want during the session. I want to.
No, I think I'll be all right. Yeah, I'm very tired. I still have to teach tomorrow morning.
Oh man.
It's not the same being live, It's just I feel like I'm speaking to a monitor and I don't see the students. I don't get that feedback, and
Yeah. You can't tell if the jokes are hitting or not. It's.
Yeah, I like walking around the room and so that's been difficult for me. I don't know if they're getting anything I'm saying actually.
Right.
Maybe they never do, but at least they smile at me when I'm teaching live. But this one, I'm not getting the feel.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm not enjoying it, just to say it bluntly, but it's the way it goes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll be back in person at some point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ah, man.
Chandra was telling me he's teaching online also. He's gone crazy.
Really? Oh, I thought he was doing in person.
Oh, that's what he told me last time. But
No, I think you're right. He's doing online, but I think he was kind of set before on doing it in person, but then they forced us to do online for the first 2 weeks of instruction. So, yeah, but maybe he'll switch.
I can't imagine Canodian online. It's kind of.
Yeah, I know. It's
He's already online when he's live.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does his own world, teaching, talking, and
yeah.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Because he writes on the board, right? He doesn't have slides, so.
Right.
I don't know. He's maybe putting everything back on.
And he uses the one blackboard. I mean, I see that you have one behind you, but we only have one basically in the school, and he uses that one actual blackboard.
Room 112.
Yeah. Your old stomping grounds. Yeah. So. I think there was some discussion about getting a whiteboard for that, but mysterious opposition came up.
Yeah, I know. I used to have a key to that room.
Oh, really?
Yeah, only a few of it.
I don't think it's ever locked actually. So you can come by again and hang out there. It might be locked now though, so.
Yeah, I spent a lot of Saturdays in that room.
Yeah. Let's see. Almost done.
Oh yeah, I was actually. Everyone was hearing what we were saying. Apparently, yeah. Of course, I'm unmuted.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to warn you that everything we're talking about is not only being be heard by everybody, but it's also being live streamed. So
you're on the record, Guasch.
On YouTube now.
Yeah. It's and also the millions of people that are watching at home. You know, the.
There is no secret. You know, everything we you talk about is common knowledge.
Is it common knowledge? Okay.
Public revelation, you know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are live on YouTube. Let's start behaving, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Shu, sorry we couldn't have you out this fall.
Oh, that's fine.
The conference. Yeah, everybody was really enthusiastic, but hopefully we can do it in May or September of 2021.
Okay, good. No, that's a secret. Let's don't talk about.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's true. That's also.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm giving away too much private information here.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. It's 2 p.m. Chicago time, so we will start the last session of the day. It's my pleasure to be moderating this session, and pleasure to have Cyrus Agamola and Tadashi Hashimoto, his co-author. And Cyrus is going to present an economic model of aggressive boards and CEO turnover. Again, 1 hour, Cyrus, and we'll give you about 5 minutes to lay out your model and the main results.
Okay, thank you, Haresh, for that introduction and for saying our names correctly. So this is a joint work with Tadashi Hashimoto. He's also coming in live. Hello, Tadashi. So he will be handling the chat for some of it, so he's at Yeshiva University. So this is me, Cyrus. I'm at the University of Minnesota, and I'm sorry that you've had to hear our kind of banter about Minnesota, but the background behind me is Minnesota, so you can feel like you can get the Minnesota feel. Okay, so the starting point for this project is basically the the basic observation that boards have two somewhat conflicting roles. Okay, so through their expertise, they help to provide guidance and advice to the CEO, but that at the same time, they also have the authority to fire or replace the CEO if they don't think that she's a good fit for the firm or if they question her ability. Okay, so basically in this model, we look at the interdependency between the board's advisory and disciplinary roles, and we try to answer the following questions. How do we get the CEO to communicate honestly with the board and to seek advice from the board? And from the perspective of shareholders, what is the optimal board's policy? Okay, do they want the board to be aggressive in replacing the CEO, or would they rather have a more lenient board who is friendly towards the CEO? Okay, and I'll talk again in a bit about exactly what that means. Okay, so the key feature or nuance of our model is that we try to capture the notion that the CEO is seeking advice from the very group that is evaluating her. Okay, so in order to get good advice, sometimes you have to reveal information that might reflect badly on you, or it might make you look, look negatively on yourself. And the CEO might not want to do that if she cares about the board's opinion of her. Okay, so just to understand this a little bit more, we can think about an example. So let's say we have a CEO who has been leading a new project, such as the development of a new product. Okay, so let's say that the CEO gets some early information that is negative. Okay, she gets some early bad news about the status of the project, and she has to decide what to do at that point. Okay, so the CEO can go to the board and get the board's expert advice. You know, the board is made up of industry experts and former CEOs who can collectively come up with a solution for the problem that the CEO is facing. Okay, so she can go to the board and tell them the problem that she has and get their expert advice on this. But in doing so, this might reflect badly on her, given the fact that her project wasn't going as well as she would have liked. Okay, so she can reveal negative information, but this might look bad for her, okay, and it might lower the board's opinion of her. Okay, so on the other hand, the board, the CEO, realizing this, can rather misrepresent the status of the project. She can say, actually, things are going fine. There isn't any problem. Everything is going peachy, and we're right on schedule. Okay, so, but then in that case, the board can still give her advice, but the advice that she gets won't really be applicable to solving the problem that she has. So the board can't really give her advice on solving the problem, giving her the solution, if they don't know what the problem is, or if they don't think there is a problem. Okay, so advising is only really effective if the CEO communicates honestly with the board, but in doing so, she might reveal or convey negative information about herself that is unfavorable for her, and that might impede, informative communication. Okay, so just a couple examples in the news. So this is pretty recent. This was in April. So the former CEO of Brady, an aluminum mill company in Kentucky, was reported to have misled board members about the company's progress regarding the status of projects, the cost of projects, and the prospects of outside investment. Okay, so they weren't happy about that. As another example, this is the former CEO of Kmart was also reported to have misled board members and withheld significant information and participated in a plan to systematically suspend payments. Okay, and we are also quite familiar with the infamous cases of Enron and WorldCom, where CEOs, let's say, were less than forthcoming about information. Okay, so this breakdown of communication seems to be a fairly prevalent problem in practice. Okay, so we want to model this situation where boards or CEOs sometimes have the incentive to misrepresent information to board members in their private communications with board members. And this basically arises from the fact that the board has the ability to keep or fire the CEO. Okay, so for their survival within the firm, CEOs may be compelled to lie to the board. Okay, but miscommunication can affect firm value. Okay, so in miscommunicating information, the CEO does not get useful advice that can help to improve projects and the performance of the firm. Okay, so the CEO basically has to balance between maximizing firm value and their desire to stay in power. Okay, so in other words, we incorporate both the partial alignment in the setting that CEOs do care about firm value, they do care about advising, so advising is beneficial to the CEO, but they also have a continuation incentive. They want to stay in power, and that might impede informative communication. Okay, so, and then ultimately, the question we want to try to answer here is, what is the optimal board's policy from the perspective of shareholders? What is the optimal board's policy that maximizes informative communication and firm value? Okay.
All right, Cyrus, maybe you want to take a few questions?
Okay, yeah. Haresh, you've been keeping track of who popped up first, so why don't you be the delegate?
Let's kick it off with a few questions. So Matt Bloomfield, go for it.
Thank you. I think this is a really cool paper. I think it's a very interesting trade-off, one that I think It's also very realistic, not only in the corporate world, but also, if you think about parenting decisions, right? You've got a kid maybe wants to lie to you about the bad situation that they're in, but then you can't be as helpful, et cetera. So I think it's a really cool sort of tension that you're framing here. Now, my question, which is maybe a little bit in the weeds of the model, so if you want to defer till a little bit later, that's fine, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around one assumption in particular that I'm struggling with. And obviously I understand, I'm sympathetic, you have to make simplifying assumptions. But one that seems rather crucial here, which is a little bit problematic perhaps in the continuous type case, is you assume that if you lie a little bit about your type, you then receive completely irrelevant information. And I was trying to think of a setting in which that might make sense, where like just the tiniest bit of trying to downplay what's going on or pass the buck, just like some epsilon amount would then mean that I'm completely unable to glean useful, actionable information from, the credible source that I'm trying to receive information from. So I guess my question is twofold. First, can you sort of guide me in the direction of a setting where maybe that assumption is a little bit more realistic? Or two, can you, maybe give me some comfort that the results don't hinge critically on this? It's just a simplifying assumption to make the analysis easier.
So thanks, Matt. That's a great question and a fair point. So in the binary case, actually, it doesn't matter if let's say wrong advice is not useful. So you can think of it in the binary case that this is just the net benefit of truthful communication. So we can have basically wrong information being conveyed and the advice still being effective in the binary case. In the continuous case, it becomes more difficult to have that simply because of tractability. It's a much more complicated setting, and there it does become an issue of just being unable to solve it. We could still have the kind of a somewhat similar situation there, where we can say that there might be some incorrect guidance that you get can still be beneficial if you had previously misrepresented to the board, as long as the truthful guidance or the optimal guidance is still better than the wrong guidance. So we can still have some let's say middle ground there where guidance can be effective even though it's the wrong guidance. And that becomes more apparent in the binary case. We can allow that to happen. So it wouldn't affect the results at all in the binary case if let's say the wrong advice was effective. In the continuous case, we'd have to be a little more delicate about how we framed it. And if we had, let's say that the usefulness of guidance was decreasing in the departure from the truth, that would be a very difficult, just a theoretical exercise to do in a continuous setting. So I don't think it would be solvable there. So that would be just purely for tractability. But I agree that is a fair point to bring up. But in the binary case, at least, or if you think about a state of the world where you don't have infinitely many options like we do in the continuous case, then it would still hold in our setting. And I can talk a bit more about that once we get into the model more, and I think it becomes more apparent.
Okay, thanks so much.
Right, Christian Lights.
Thanks, Arash. Yeah, cool paper. I really like sort of the trade-off that you're, or the problem that you're posing. But I think one assumption that is critical is either what I call a channel restriction or a restriction in the information set, which is that there's sort of really no way to find out a bit more about the CEO's role in the bad news. Right? But so for instance, in your FDA example, if the CEO were to reveal that the FDA trial didn't go so well, it probably isn't the CEO's fault. And in that case, the CEO doesn't have a problem revealing the information. Now, I understand why, in order to, kind of motivate your problem, you want to abstract from that and kind of make it extreme, because if there's lots of other information, it would go away. But I think it matters when it comes to then discussing how do we address the problem. And you address the problems through turnover and by being aggressive, which is a pretty costly choice. And so if there's other cheap choices available, which is like, shouldn't we find out whether the CEO is at fault or not? That's where that's going to matter. And so I don't think there's an issue with the problem you pose. But then the question becomes, is sort of the turnover policy really the most logical or the best way to address the problem?
Right. So Christian, that's a fair point. So I guess the underlying premise is that the type of information that the CEO is communicating is reflective to some degree of her ability. Now, if the board understands for other types of information, let's say it's a pure regulatory type decision that the CEO had absolutely no control over, then they would be able to disentangle that from, reflecting anything of the CEO. So if the board is able to understand that the CEO didn't have any control over that outcome, then the CEO wouldn't have any problem bringing this information to the board. Now, so I guess the kind of just the nature of the information we're thinking about is the kind where it's it does reflect somewhat on at least somewhat on the CEO's ability. So now the second thing is that you mentioned is that is replacement too severe of a response in order to induce communication, which again is a fair point. But I guess that goes back to the kind of the fundamental premise is that the board is responsible for having good CEOs. So if they get information that the CEO they get information that leads them to think the CEO is bad, then they would want to replace the CEO anyway, even if it's even aside from giving advice. So it's more, I guess, the way that we think about it is it's that you reveal information, and at some point that the board is kind of like, well, this project has been lagging. We would expect it to be much better. This acquisition has been performing poorly. The CEO probably isn't good at selecting projects. We should probably get rid of them. So I guess the way that we think about it is not that we're using replacement per se as the hammer towards inducing communication. I mean, it does show up in this model, but more like, we are going to have a very high standard for keeping CEOs, and hopefully this is going to be lead CEO to be comfortable revealing potentially negative information to us. So that's I guess the way we think about it. But I agree that if they have let's say less punitive ways of eliciting information that also can improve CEO quality over time, that would be a better strategy, and that's definitely something to think about.
All right, we'll take one more question, and then I think you should get to your model. Saurabh Tomar, please. Saurabh?
Saurabh?
Muted.
Should we try Saurabh, if you want to play with your mic, and maybe Haresh take another one?
Okay, let's take Jeremy. Jeremy, you're next, and then we'll move to the model. Go ahead.
So I think the discussion will be clarified in the model. But one thing you have in that type of model is that there is often a way to solve this with a mechanism. And I don't mean here that we should go this route, but the mechanism in which you use transfers. And so you would pay the CEO as a function of what he's reporting and the ultimate performance. It seems it would play out in terms of having a very bad transfer and punishing the CEO on a transfer if you see very low performance after the CEO claims to be really good. So without going there, is there a way we can reconcile the use of turnover in that type of model as an indirect implementation of a punishment that actually is stronger when you see a bad performance following bias reports?
Okay, so I guess so you have a lot of stuff in that question. So basically, the use of communication in our setting is meant to be soft information. First off, so it would not be contractable. So this is purely soft information. So using a mechanism in that case might be problematic. And then the second part of your question was, if I'm understanding correctly, that we have mechanisms or if we have mechanisms that, let's say, punish the CEO in poor hard information, poorly observed performance, how does this reconcile with our model? Is that correct?
I think the mechanism wouldn't be like that. It would look like you give information in a soft way, but then the transfer would be a function of what you report and the observed performance. So we're not assuming here that this is actually a verifiable report.
I know, but
it seems that you're doing something that goes around these lines.
Based on the communication to the board, then at some point you're basically saying this is contractable, right? if the transfer is a contractable
no, it would be a revelation mechanism. Anyway, we can discuss that later, but it would be a revelation mechanism.
Okay, so Tadashi, I don't know if you have something you want to add to this. Maybe I'm not fully getting your point, Jeremy. Okay, but we can talk about it later.
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay.
Go ahead, get to your model, please.
Okay. Well, so sorry, Harish, but before the model, let me just summarize the main result. Okay, so the central result of our setting is that an aggressive board, one that removes the CEO, which we define as one that removes the CEO more than is optimal ex post, or a board that is incentive or preferences are misaligned from the CEO, can be optimal for improving communication between the CEO and the board. Okay, so just the intuition for this result is that an aggressive board has a very strict criteria for retention. So this leads bad CEOs to care a lot about firm value while they're there instead of continuation. Okay, so this basically collapses the CEO's payoff on the advising benefit rather than on the benefit from continuation. And just to put in some context, the result contrasts with some of the prior studies, which generally find that a benefit to friendliness for communication. And basically, the distinction between our model and the previous communication models is that the type of communication that occurs in our model is also indicative of the CEO's ability or of the sender's ability. Okay, so that's the kind of the main distinction. Okay, we also find that miscommunication between the board and the CEO does occur in equilibrium. Okay, so this is or can occur in equilibrium. So this is consistent with some of the examples that we saw earlier. And also that the board uses both soft information, in this case, the CEO's message with the board, and hard information when deciding to replace or retain the CEO. And there has been some empirical evidence of this. Corneli, Kamenik, and Lundquist, they have very detailed data on board deliberations, and they find that boards actually rely quite heavily on soft information when making retention decisions. Okay, now I will go into the model. So we have a two-period setting, 1 and 2. So the current CEO has private information of her type, high or low. Okay, so in the baseline case, as Matt mentioned earlier, we have a binary type space. We later extend this to a continuous type space. Okay, so after learning her type, the CEO sends a message, theta hat, to the board. Okay, and we were assuming basically that the CEO is sending a message of her type to the board. But what this is meant to capture is that the CEO has some, for example, project level information that is correlated with her type that she's reporting to the board, or the current situation that the firm is in is correlated with the CEO's type, and she can report this to the board. So this is basically just a simplifying assumption to say that there is some information that the CEO has that is indicative or reflects her ability that she privately observes and can communicate this to the board. Okay, so after receiving the CEO's message, the board investigates the best course of action or the optimal solution given the information that they received. Okay, so if for example, let's say that for a new product, the CEO has gotten back from the marketing team that market research is not particularly good. Okay, so preliminary research shows that consumers are not really enthusiastic about the new product. Okay, so the CEO can go to the board and say, consumers aren't very happy, or it doesn't look like it's gonna be received well once we take it to market. What should we do? Okay, so the board can say, well, we know a marketing guru that you can hire, or we can reposition the product, or we can try a different market. So they can give her a solution for the problem that she has, given that they know what the problem is. But let's say that instead of reporting that market research was bad, that would correspond to theta L. Let's say she said market research is good, even though it's actually bad. In that case, the board might say, okay, well, if market research is good and consumers are enthusiastic about the arrival of the product, then they might say, let's increase capacity or increase investment or start investing in R&D for the next generation of the product, even looking further. Okay, but that advice will not really be helpful to solving the problem of negative reception by consumers in the market research. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say here is that the board's advice is effective for the CEO when the communication by the CEO to the board is truthful. Okay? And if the CEO misreports, then the board learns an irrelevant solution based on the information that they got and communicates that. Okay, so they give her advice that's not helpful and that she can't really use, but the board doesn't know that. And so now this is going to get to, let me just address Matt's question earlier. Does it matter that that the advice the board gives following miscommunication is completely unhelpful? So it doesn't matter in that case. I mean, it doesn't matter as long as the benefit from truthful communication is higher than the benefit from untruthful communication. So you can think of this instead as the net benefit of communicating truthfully. Okay, so that's advising. And Harash, you just feel free to stop me, or else I'll just keep going. So after the board, after the CEO gets the board's advice, the CEO takes an action, and that it affects this action affects cash flows Y. Okay, so if the CEO had misreported, she is unable to learn the true optimal solution that she should take. Okay, so she is unable to set her action equal to the true solution. Okay, and we assume that truthful communication or informative advice is value increasing for the firm. So it increases cash flows, which we denote by YT, by this parameter D. So you can think of D as a productivity boost to cash flows after getting useful advice that the CEO can use. Okay, and cash flows are also determined by the CEO's ability and a mean zero continuous error term, which we can think of as industry or macroeconomic shocks that affect cash flows. Okay, and cash flows are realized at the end of the period, and they only observe Y. They don't observe the individual components of Y. Okay, and if in the event that the CEO did not receive, or the CEO misrepresented the situation and gets the wrong advice, then she cannot take the optimal solution. Basically, in that case, she doesn't get this benefit D from truthful communication, and cash flows are just her ability plus the industry shock. Should we go for a question?
All right, let's. I thought you had almost done with your model. Let's take a few questions.
Okay.
People are waiting patiently. Yonca Etemur, why don't you ask your question?
Hey, Cyrus. So, how do you think about like the mix of insiders and outsiders on the board? Like your board seems to be just one sort of uniform entity, and the way I always thought about that Adams paper is that when you have insiders on the board, that information problem, is partially addressed, right? And then, when advising is more important, you want more insiders on the board.
Yeah, so that's a great point. Is that let's say that we had an additional feature of the model that aggressiveness might lead to less or more, let's say, effects for informative communication. So let's say that D also depended on our eventual board composition parameter. That would also be an interesting thing to think about. I don't think it would really qualitatively affect the main academic insights of our setting, but it would be a nice, kind of an interesting extension of it. But yeah, we don't really consider that because we want to really just hone in on the replacement advising trade-off or interaction. But having D be based on or be affected by the board composition would be definitely an interesting thing to think about, though.
Okay, I guess like going back to an earlier point, right? Like turnover seems like a really harsh outcome, right? So I guess I'm thinking like just as an empiricist, so I can't quite like visualize how it would impact the model, but I could see it being less costly to have more insiders on the board, in terms of the trade-off between monitoring and advising, right? As opposed to having this really sort of extreme outcome or the threat of the extreme outcome for the CEO. But
yeah, so it could be the case. Let's say that in order to have the ability to give good advice, perhaps you need just a naturally friendly board, even though outsiders. So I mean, the thing is, outsiders actually have been having more greater outside director presence. I think empirically has been related to higher CO turnover. But let's say that we had more insiders and more outsiders, and this would affect the board's ability to communicate. I think we could basically, I think what you're saying is if this D was affected by the board composition, the ability to give good advice, dependent on this parameter C that we're going to get into in a second, but it also affects the kind of the board's ability to remove the CEO. So I don't think that would really affect I think maybe once we get into the model a little bit more, it might be more clear. It won't affect the kind of the fundamental economics of the model, but I think it could be an additional thing to look at. But I think we'll get into it in a bit more. That might help to kind of clear that up.
All right, Melissa Martin.
Hi, Cyrus. I am curious about the CEO's reporting of her type, and wondering if I don't intend for this to go into a multi-period setting, but does the CEO's expectation of the board's aggressiveness matter in the reporting of her type? And this probably matters more in the continuous setting, but to the extent, for instance, I observe no viable alternative for a new CEO, then I know the board doesn't really have a chance to be aggressive. Then am I willing to have more distance between theta and theta T because I have some quote unquote wiggle room because the board doesn't have the ability to be aggressive?
Yeah, so that's one of the things we look at is basically the variance, let's say, for example, of the replacement. So we always assume there is a replacement, but maybe another way to think about your question is if there's an extreme uncertainty over the quality of the replacement, they might be more reluctant to replace the CEO. And actually, yeah, that is the case. So if the variance of the replacement, of the expected replacement is lower, then they are more more open to being aggressive. So yeah, so that is one thing we look at. Hopefully, once we get to the results, that will I'll try to touch back again to your point there.
But does that figure into the CEO's expectation of, does the CEO make an expectation of the aggressiveness in the board before sending the message?
Yeah. So basically, the shareholders prefer a board that is more aggressive when there is a lower variance of the replacement, and the CEO factors that in when deciding whether or not to report truthfully.
All right, Saurabh, you're next.
Am I good, Mike, now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Sorry.
Sorry. So I was just, this is to drag you back to motivation. I like the tension, but I was just thinking of this silly case where if these distortions are that large, you could always just hire another board, right? And separate the functions. One does the advice and the other does the sort of career side. Just in real life, what's the tension that would, or the friction that stops some arrangement like that from taking place? Is it that the labor market is just too shallow, or is there perhaps some additional complementarity between the functions?
Well, so that that's a fair point. Let's say that you one side only gets CEO information and the other side only deals with replacing the CEO. Well, if the advising side gets information that the CEO is not fit for the firm, I don't see what's stopping them from communicating this information to the other side. So maybe in principle you could say, okay, these two are separate, but then they could just later just call up their friend and say, or have a Zoom board meeting and say, this guy's got to go from the advising team. We're telling the replacement team, you got to get rid of this CEO. So unless there was, let's say a Chinese wall that said you guys can't talk at all, but that seems to be kind of perhaps a unrealistic solution, not to be overly aggressive for your question there. But but it's a fair point. But I think it's just in practice it might be difficult to implement.
Okay, thanks. That helped.
Okay, so let's get into the replacement decision. Okay, so we talked about the CEO's action and the benefit of advising. So the board at the end of the first period, after they've observed the firm's cash flows and they've observed the CEO's report or the message, the CEO's communication to them, the board decides whether to replace or retain the CEO. Okay, so they make a replacement decision then. Okay, so a CEO who is retained, they have the same type in the second period. If the CEO is replaced, then a new CEO arrives whose type is independently drawn from the prior distribution. Okay, that's just for simplification. Okay, so upon replacement, the board's payoff is impacted by C. Okay, so C is a key parameter in our model. Okay, so you can think of this parameter C as a metaphor for the board's disposition or tendency towards removal of the CEO. Okay, so a negative C, or if C is less than 0, that would imply that this CEO removal negatively impacts board payoffs. Okay, this would correspond to friendliness in our setting. A positive C, in contrast, would imply a positive impact to board payoffs. This would be aggressiveness in our model. A C that is equal to 0 would be a neutral board. Okay, so more formally, the board cares about maximizing cash flows Y1 and Y2 in each period, but they also have this parameter C that impacts their payoff in the event of CO removal. So this acts as an indicator variable equal to 1 if the CO is retained. So if the CO is retained, then this thing gets killed. But if the CO is removed, then it impacts their payoff by C. Okay, so and basically the board, shareholders are setting this C. Okay, so they can make the board friendly or aggressive towards the CEO, towards replacing the CEO by controlling this parameter C. Okay, so as an example, you can think of C, a negative C being a board that is more dependent or has greater insider presence, or the firm has anti-takeover provisions that make CO removal costly. A positive C would be a more independent board, or a board that can more easily replace the CEO. They have greater discretion in replacing the CEO, or there's greater outside director presence. And there's some empirical evidence, the paper I mentioned before, that if they used a legal change in Eastern Europe of basically allowing board members to have more discretion in removing CEOs, and this more than quadrupled the likelihood of forced CEO turnover, and it later led to subsequent improvements in firm value. Okay, Taylor, using structural estimation, basically says that boards fire more CEOs than is optimal for shareholders ex post in large firms, and that boards derive a personal net benefit from firing CEOs. Okay, so this idea of a kind of an aggressive board has been talked about a bit before. So that's the board's payoff. Okay, so shareholders can basically design the board. They can make it friendly or aggressive by choosing this, setting this parameter C. As I said, C is meant to be a metaphor for the board's proclivity for removing the CEO. Okay. So the shareholders, they want to maximize firm value, which is in this case just cash flows in each period, Y1 plus Y2. Okay. And finally, the CEO's payoff is similar to shareholders, except there's this additional parameter chi, which is basically an ego rent of being employed as CEO, or what's commonly referred to in the literature as the private benefits of control from being in power, or basically non-pecuniary benefit that the CEO gets from being employed as CEO. Okay, so she gets chi in the first period because she's employed as CEO. In the event that she's retained, then she gets chi in the second period as well. Okay, so alignment, partial alignment, there is partial alignment in our setting. It's a cheap talk setting. So there is partial alignment through the fact that the CEO cares about firm value, Y1 and Y2, but the misalignment shows up in the fact that the CEO cares also about continuation. And she might prefer to continue more than shareholders or the board would prefer.
Cyrus,
yeah,
I'll just ask a question here. It's in the chat by Rafi. Since you're talking about the rents, why are there managerial rents in both periods? What is the source of the rent in the first period? I understand the cost and benefits and the source of the rent in the second period. Could you respond to that, please?
Well, okay, so the rent in the first period actually doesn't matter. So this was just for consistency between I assume Rafi is talking about the ego rent, chi. So it doesn't matter in the first period. This is just for consistency. But if we just had chi in the second period, that would also be fine. So the important thing is that there is some incentive for continuation, and that is captured in the second period if the manager continues. I hope that answers your question, Rafi. Okay, continue.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so just to summarize the sequence so we're all on the same page. So in the first period only, shareholders determine the level of board passivity or hostility. So they basically set C. Okay, so how many, what composition of insiders or outsiders to have on the board, for example. Okay. In the second stage, the manager privately observes her type theta and sends a message concerning her type to the board, theta hat. The board then learns the optimal solution, omega, and sends this information to the CEO based on whatever the CEO had, based on whatever information the CEO had given them. The CEO then takes the action A. Okay, so then at the end of each period, cash flows are realized and publicly observed. Okay, so the CEO does not observe Y beforehand. Okay, and at the end of the first period, the board decides whether or not to replace the CEO. Okay, if the CEO is replaced, then a new manager arrives whose type is independently drawn. Okay, so let's get into the solution.
Okay,
so,
Harris, sorry, maybe we'll take a few more here before you get into the equilibrium.
Okay.
Thank you. So Hao Shu, go for it.
Oh, thank you, Harash. Hi, sir. Cyrus has a very quick clarification question. So how can you elaborate on how we should think of the theta here? If the theta is something like private information about the ability or the fitness of the CEO, him or herself, or the theta is about something, the underlying project or economic conditions. And the reason I have this kind of clarification question, it might be related to earlier points by Christian, that if the theta is about the personal's characteristics, and I can think of the reason to fire this person or replace it with a different person might fix the problem much more easier than if the theta is actually about the future economic conditions, and then replacing one with the other is not as effective as comparing to just the theta is about a personal. So it's just a should I think about this parameter, or these two are not actually the difference is not important?
No, so that's a good question. So in the model, precisely in the model, to be precise, the theta is CEO ability. Okay, but I guess the way we want to think about this is that the CEO has she's been working on a new project that she's working with engineers and she's working with the development team, or she's selecting projects, for example. So you can think of this as project level information that the CEO has received during the course of developing the project. And this is reflective of her ability. So if the project level information is bad, then she might be bad at selecting projects, so she might not be a good fit for the firm, for example. So that's the kind of way we're thinking about is that this theta is specific to the CEO. Literally in the model, it is CEO ability, but we want to capture just kind of the notion that the CEO has put some time into this project, and that this project level information that she gets is reflective of her ability. Does that help to clear it up?
Yep. Thank you.
All right, perhaps one more question, then we'll move on. Xu Jiang, go for it.
Okay, so Cyrus, this question is related to what Jeremy has been talking about, like what is driving the aggressive of the board. Because in your paper, you mentioned you're actually comparing that with other papers, which documents that the boards are usually friendly to illicit information. My thinking is it's really because what is modeled in your paper and what is modeled in other papers are two different types of games. So for example, the Adams and Ferreira paper, they actually used the cheap talk game. And so in that case, there is no way for the CEO to credibly signal the private information. And we all know that in cheap talk games, the more the conflict of interest, the less the information is conveyed. But here, what you're doing is essentially a signaling game. It's kind of like related to what Jeremy is talking about. Is this board's bias serve as a substitute for truthful telling? Basically, I think what you have here, what the board is doing is the board actually increased the signaling cost for bad CEO to mimic the good CEO, which is why in your binary setting, the optimal cost is set at exactly the signaling cost that differentiates the good type from the bad type. So it's just in your paper you talk about this kind of board's firing decision is crucial. I think what is the first order crucial is not what decision the board makes. What is crucial is it's two different types of games. So for like
no, that's fine. I think let him respond, Shu, if that's all right.
Sure.
Go ahead, Cyrus.
Oh, okay. So I thought you were going to respond, Harish, but okay. So basically, so you had a lot of comments in there. I'll try to respond to the ones that I've remembered. So basically, you mentioned this Adams and Ferreira and this other cheap talk literature in board CO communication. Okay, so there are a number of differences with our model and Adams and Ferreira. Just to right off the bat, we have replacement in the model, whereas Adams and Ferreira doesn't. And the key distinction in Adams Ferreira and our one of the key distinctions is that the information that is communicated in Adams Ferreira has no indication about the CO's ability at all. Okay, so regardless of irrespective of what is communicated to the CEO or to the board, as long as communication occurs, this can be bad for the CEO in Adams and Ferreira. So in our model, the value of theta that is communicated has a special meaning, and that will elicit a different response from the board depending on the value of theta that is communicated. Okay, so that's a kind of a one distinction, and we're looking at both replacement and advising here, not just advising like in these other papers. Okay, so it kind of breaks from we have communication, but it kind of breaks from that because the information that it communicated is reflective of the CO's private ability also. Okay, so and I think you mentioned some other stuff about signaling and if we can frame the model in a different way and kind of differences there. So I'd have to chat with you a bit more about that to kind of fully understand what you meant. So it might be better if we chat about that online, offline. So offline, but online, in a separate Zoom session. Just because I think it seems to be a more elaborate question that you have that would kind of require a longer and deeper response.
Cyrus, you need to move on
let's
now.
just chat offline. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Cyrus, you need to move on. We'll give you about 7-8 minutes here to take a stab at showing us your results and comparative statics. Please go for it.
Okay. So basically, the board, we're going to start with the board's decision function. And basically, the board will decide to replace the CEO if the board believes that the posterior expected value of the CEO is lower than the expected value of the replacement, plus the subsidy or cost they have from replacement. Okay, so mu here is the board's posterior belief that the manager is a high type. Okay, so if the beliefs are sufficiently pessimistic, then they would prefer to replace the CEO and get the expected value of the replacement. Okay, so basically, because and the posterior here depends both on the observed outcome Y and on the CEO's communication with the board. Okay, so the posterior belief is increasing in the observed outcome. Okay, so that means we can characterize the replacement strategy as a cutoff rule for replacement. We allow the low type CEO to mix between reporting truthfully and misreporting theta H. The high type always reports theta H. They have no reason to lie under the D1 criterion. Okay? And so for each value of the low type's mixed strategy, we have a unique cutoff as a best response to that. Okay, so now let's get into the low type CEO's decision. Basically, a low type CEO that reports truthfully is removed for sure. Okay, so K is set to positive infinity. But a low type that misreports, that says theta H instead of theta L, has a chance, some possibility to survive in the firm if, let's say, the error term is huge. Okay, so basically, the low type has the following indifference condition. So this, I think, has a nice economic interpretation. Okay, so by misreporting, the low type has some probability of surviving within the firm, and she gets the benefit of chi if she is retained. Okay, so if Y is greater than K. So remember that the board uses this cutoff K whenever they see theta H, and they will retain the CEO if the observed outcome is greater than the cutoff. Okay, but if she tells the truth, then if she says theta L, then her eventual termination is unavoidable, because the CEO knows that she's a low type. But there is a productivity surge in that period that she got the advice of D. Okay, so this is the benefit of honesty, and this is the benefit of benefit of misreporting, and these two things have to be exactly balanced for the low type to be indifferent in equilibrium. And we can solve for K here, and we get a unique cutoff K that makes the low type indifferent. Okay, so taking C as exogenous, the board composition as exogenous, we can characterize the equilibrium in that case. Okay, so we see that it can be either one of two kinds of equilibria, either semi-separating. So the low type sometimes reports truthfully. She sometimes reports theta L and sometimes reports theta H. Okay, so sometimes she takes the gamble and reports theta H and gives up useful advice and tries to stay in the firm. And sometimes she reports theta L, gets the good advice, but then gets kicked out eventually. Okay, or we can have full pooling where high type reports theta H, reports truthfully, and low type reports theta H. So the board always sees theta H, and they don't know who is lying and who's telling the truth. Okay, so full pooling happens when K is low. Okay, so that corresponds to a low C, in this case, a lenient board. And semi-separation happens when the C is intermediate or high. Okay, so potentially neutral to aggressive here. Okay, or aggressive here. Okay, so just some other properties to highlight: that misreporting can occur in equilibrium, and raising C results in lowering the likelihood of misreporting by the low type. Okay, so now let's get to the shareholders' decision. So this is kind of the main question: is what is the optimal C to set here? What is the optimal board composition? Do we want a board that is aggressive in replacing the CEO, or that is lenient towards the CEO, or neutral towards the CEO? Okay, so shareholders want to maximize cash flows, Y1 and Y2. Okay, so we can characterize their expected values in each period. Okay, so basically in the first period, they have some disutility if the CEO misreports. Okay, this is the expected disutility of misreporting. In the second period, there are a couple of things going on. So if they get rid of good types, then that's bad. They don't want to get rid of good types, but sometimes that might happen. And sometimes they might keep bad types by accident. Okay, that can also happen. Okay, and so the second period is basically balancing weighing the cost of replacing good types by accident from replacing bad types with the higher likelihood. Okay, so basically, in effect, shareholders are deciding on which equilibrium they want. Do they want semi-separation, or do they want full pooling? Okay, so we can look at this plots the shareholders' objective functions for certain parameters of chi. Okay, so on the y-axis, this is the shareholders' payoff. On the x-axis, this is the value of C. Okay, so for under low values of chi, or the CEO's private benefits, the board or shareholders actually prefer a more aggressive board. Okay, so, but as chi increases, the benefit of aggressiveness also decreases. Okay, so we see that two peaks emerge in the shareholders' payoff function. Okay, here and here. Okay, so we can see this a bit more if we look at more extreme values of chi. Okay, so when chi is low, aggressiveness is optimal. Okay, but when private benefits are high for the CEO, when the CEO's continuation incentive is astronomically high or sufficiently high, then in order to induce truthful communication by the low type, the shareholders and the board have to set a astronomically high retention threshold, which becomes too costly for the board and shareholders. So they don't want to do that. So it's a bit ironic that kind of managers who don't care that much about continuation or are good managers get killed more often, actually. Okay, so we basically characterize a necessary and sufficient condition for aggressiveness. It doesn't just hold with chi. It actually, we can have, if any one of these conditions hold, then we can get aggressiveness. So it quite often happens in equilibrium that the optimal board is aggressive rather than neutral. Okay, and I should also note that friendliness doesn't arise in the equilibrium of our setting. Okay, so the intuition for this is basically that like I mentioned before, we have partial alignment in preferences as both the board and the CEO want to improve firm value. Okay, but through an aggressive board, shareholders can extort this partial alignment, this desire by the CEO to actually get good advice, and they can collapse all of her payoff around the advising benefit and reduce the continuation incentive. Okay, so basically what the shareholders can do is say, by putting an aggressive board, we're saying that if you're a bad type, your likelihood of survival is sufficiently low that you should care more about trying to improve firm value while you're in power. Okay, so they collapse all of the CEO's payoff on the advising benefit. Okay, so as a result of an aggressive board, and these are the two advantages, is that firm value improves in the current period because of good advising, and in the future period because they are able to efficiently get rid of the low type CEO, helping to improve future value. Okay, so basically what an aggressive board here does is that by setting an aggressive board, shareholders are amplifying the misalignment in preferences, okay, between the CEO and the board. And this results in greater alignment of incentives. They both care about advising or about maximizing firm value in the first period, okay, even though they're completely misaligned in continuation. Okay, so this result basically relies on this interplay between replacement and advising. Okay, and so I'll take questions in a second. Just to one kind of interesting thing to note here, one property of this is that an aggressive board will, if they get the message theta L, if the CEO says project is going bad, do what you will with me, but the project is going bad. Let's try to help this, and I can get my benefit this period of having a high cash flow and therefore high bonus. Even if the outcome is good, the CEO has already revealed herself to the board of being bad, and they will so the termination of the CEO is unavoidable in that case. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say here is that even if the CEO reports theta L, but the observed outcome of Y is good, then she'll still get terminated or she'll still get fired. Okay, so this is going back to the Corneli, Kamenik, and Lundquist paper. They have very detailed data on board deliberations, and they find that boards rely a lot on soft information, which is kind of the private communication R model. They also find that hard information is neither necessary nor sufficient for boards to conclude that a CEO is incompetent. In nearly half of the cases, 46.5%, in which boards first express the opinion that the CEO is incompetent, they do so following a year in which the firm met expectations or even outperformed. Okay, so this is just the reliance of soft information can help explain this finding that CEOs can be replaced even if observed performance is good. Okay, so if there's any questions, we can.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's someone who's been extremely patient. Sugata Roy Chaudhary, go for it. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, that's because I didn't realize my hand was still up. But I do have a question, and it's on this Corneli et al. Code. I was trying to figure out from the model. In your model, does the CEO have the myopic? So take actions that increase Y1 but reduce Y2.
Oh, sorry. So let me just.
So let me explain why I asked that, because if you have too aggressive a replacement in practice, you would run into problems that have to do with CEO myopia. And so actually on this particular slide you pulled up, I was wondering if even in your model, if you have too aggressive replacement, like in the limit you have mandatory CEO rotation at the end of year one, then would you just sort of introduce extreme horizon issues on the CEO's part? Limited horizon issues, and then the CEO has the incentive to not just lie, but also take actions, maybe not even having to lie about them, that increase earnings in the current period, but lower earnings in future periods.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Can the CEO, let's say, inflate Y1, for example, by borrowing from Y2? Let's say we have the classic Stein thing. Yeah. So we don't allow. We don't consider, let's say, earnings manipulation or manipulation of Y in this case. So basically, based on the Stein models, this would be, you could back this out, for instance. That would be something to think about, but I don't think it would really change the economic insights here. It would basically just be that you can back out what the CEO is doing. But then you bring up an interesting point: is that if the CEO is if her continuation is not not possible, then this might exacerbate myopia considerations, and then she might be compelled to manipulate more than she would. So that's a fair point. This would just be an additional cost to having an aggressive board, or it would make basically it would be the equivalent of D in our setting being lower, the benefit of advising. So it would just be equivalent to that, I think. But it's an interesting thing to think about. But I think it would just be captured through this comparative static that we have on D when the benefit of advising isn't as high, for instance.
Okay,
that's an interesting thing to think about, though.
We'll take one more question, Cyrus, from John Coe, and then I'll allow you to wrap up. You got just a couple of minutes left. John, if you could make it brief, please. Go ahead.
John, I think you're on mute. Do you want to use the chat function? I haven't been checking the chat, but if that's
can you just give more intuition about the private benefits? It seems like the greater the private benefits, the worse the outcome.
Yeah. So yeah, basically that's kind of the kind of an ironic thing in the setting is that the CEO who cares a lot about continuation, basically, if they care a lot about continuation, then you need very extreme aggressiveness or extreme retention standard in order to basically induce misreporting. But this would lead to also excessive removal of the good type because the retention standard is so high. Okay, so it just becomes too costly to induce truthful reporting for these guys who are incorrigible. Basically, they're going to lie unless the punishment is super severe. You'd have to really reduce their likelihood of survival in order to basically make this thing satisfied. Okay, so if this thing is huge, this thing has to drop down a lot in order to counteract this, and you would need an astronomical K for that, and that would basically kill a lot of good CEOs too.
But
okay,
the private benefit is CEO specific or is it firm specific?
So whenever the board sees the message theta H, they don't know if this is true or if this is a lie. So whenever they see theta H, they have to use the criteria. They have to use the hard information to.
But do they know chi though? I mean, why wouldn't they just hire a CEO with low chi?
Oh yeah. So this is if we take a step back, then they might want to filter that out. Earlier, if they can try to get CEOs who aren't power hungry. But you can say that maybe they don't realize this ex ante and it's realized ex post, for example. But but that would be something to think about also to consider is that they wouldn't want to have a super power hungry CEO. Yeah, but that's a fair point.
Okay, so you're essentially out of time right now, Cyrus. So you need to do whatever you need to do to wrap up.
Okay, so basically there are some other interesting implications that come up in the model that we think are testable and relevant. Basically, these depend on the comparative statics. A couple of them that lower dispersion of talent in the CEO labor market distribution or low variance of CEO replacement leads to more aggressive or should be met with a more aggressive board, and this should be reflected in greater CEO turnover. Okay, so higher CEO turnover when variance is low, and when CEO ability is more difficult to assess, we should also see higher CEO turnover. Okay, so just a couple of, and we have some additional predictions, but I'll refer you guys to the paper for that. So let me just, that'll be the conclusion. So there are more interesting things in the paper that I didn't mention today. So if you're interested, please take a look at that. Thanks a lot for the comments. If we didn't get a chance to talk about it, I'd be happy to talk offline. Jeremy, let's also be in touch. And it was a lot of fun. Thanks, Suresh, for moderating. And I look forward to tomorrow.
Great. Thank you so much, Cyrus. And Tadashi for this paper. Thank you everyone for your comments. You made a lot of comments in the chat that the authors would be able to see. So this wraps up the last paper for today. So it's about 3:02 p.m. Chicago time, Central Time. We have happy hours starting at 3:30 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. and they will be randomly assigned in different rooms. So you could please come back at 3:30 p.m. Good to connect with each other. Bring your favorite beverage, favorite music, or whatever you want to bring. So that starts at 3:30. I want to also remind you that our session tomorrow morning, Saturday, starts at 9:50 a.m. Central Time, Chicago time. So we'll see you tomorrow morning for the first session. So see you later. Thank you very much.